2024 fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku kebelet dia.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTN udah pasti ngalahin Palko.
Let's go. Let's go.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Moshi down on the ground already. Hikau should be able to save the day. Bigatron Delta, can they do it? Yes, they do.
Rasanya senang lah.
Moshi will be taken down first. Cougar has been taken down, and it's a 1v1 jump got in. There goes Buildup United.
ก็ดีครับสนุกเลยครับเพราะว่ามีกูก้าอยู่ด้วยครับมันมึนครับ
Flying high indeed, 71% on the win rate here. Potential for Team Falcons. Buriram bye-bye, says Falcons.
ก็เต็มที่แล้ว
And this is why we always say Moshi the best sniper in the world, baby. Buriram with your first booyah of the day. You
ก็ทุกคนเก่งมากขึ้นนะครับก็
And now inside the house up against Diamond CQC with the AWM. Can he get it done? One final glue wall for him, but Nameless brings him down.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku kebelet dia.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTN udah pasti ngalahin Palko.
Let's go. Let's go.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Moshi down on the ground already. Hikau should be able to save the day. Bigatron Delta, can they do it? Yes, they do.
Rasanya senang lah.
Moshi will be taken out first. Cougar has been taken out, and it's a 1v1 jump got in. There goes Buildup United.
ก็ดีครับสนุกดีครับเพราะว่ามีกูก้าอยู่ด้วยครับมันมึนครับ
Flying high indeed, 71% on the win rate here. Potential for Team Falcons. Buriram bye-bye, says Falcons.
ก็เต็มที่แล้ว
And this is why we always say Moshi the best sniper in the world, baby. Buriram with your first booyah of the day to
ก็ทุกคนเก่งมากขึ้นนะครับก็
And now inside the house up against Diamond CQC with the AWM. Can he get it done? One final blue wall for him, but Nameless brings him down.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Palpa.
Let's go. Let's go.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Moshi down on the ground already. Hikau should be able to save the day. Bigatron Delta, can they do it? Yes, they do.
Rasanya senang lah.
Moshi will be taken out first. Cougar has been taken out, and it's a 1v1 jump got in. There goes Buildup United.
ก็ดีครับสนุกดีครับเพราะว่ามีกูก้าอยู่ด้วยครับมันมึนครับ
Flying high indeed, 71% on the win rate here. Potential for Team Falcons. Buriram bye-bye, says Falcons.
ก็เต็มที่แล้ว
And this is why we always say Moshi the best sniper in the world, baby. Buriram with your first booyah of the day to
ก็ทุกคนเก่งมากขึ้นนะครับก็
And now inside the house up against Diamond CQC with the AWM. Can he get it done? One final blue wall for him, but Nameless brings him down.
Find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it, cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Moshi down on the ground already. Hikau should be able to save the day. Bigatron Delta, can they do it? Yes, they do.
Rasanya senang lah.
Moshi will be taken out first. Cougar has been taken out, and it's a 1v1 jump got in. There goes Buildup United.
ก็ดีครับสนุกเลยครับเพราะว่ามีกูก้าอยู่ด้วยครับมันมึนครับ
Flying high indeed, 71% on the win rate here. Potential for Team Falcons. Buriram bye-bye, says Falcons.
ก็เต็มที่แล้วครับ
And this is why we always say Moshi the best sniper in the world, baby. Buriram with your first booyah of the day. You
ก็
don't.
ทุกคนเก่งมากขึ้นนะครับก็
And now inside the house up against Diamond CQC with the AWM. Can he get it done? One final glue wall for him, but Nameless brings him down.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1, Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro.
Aku keberdian.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Palpon.
Let's go. Let's go.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Moshi down on the ground already. Hikau should be able to save the day. Bigatron Delta, can they do it? Yes, they do.
Rasanya senang lah.
Moshi will be taken out first. Cougar has been taken out, and it's a 1v1 jump got in. There goes Buildup United.
ก็ดีครับสนุกเลยครับเพราะว่ามีกูก้าอยู่ด้วยครับมันมึนครับ
Flying high indeed, 71% on the win rate here. Potential for Team Falcons. Buriram bye-bye, says Falcons.
ก็เต็มที่แล้วครับ
And this is why we always say
Survivors, welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall. All crews stand by. Audio stand by. Lighting stand by.
Get out, I gotta get out from this hole. Selamat siang semuanya. Saya Isyana Sarasvati. Survivors, gather round. Don't be shy. It's Surabaya. It's time to fly high! Semuanya ke sana! Go! It's a fall the season all at once. So we're counting to the time. Show you, I'll give you
Everyone strives to be the best, pushing forward without rest. compete to bring honor to their homeland. The battle for greatness begins. Fight for legacy.
Survivors, welcome our 12th grand finalists on the stage. Xin chào Việt Nam. Heaven.
Castle, Brown Spears, Sticky's Rise Fall. To claim the crown at Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall. Fight for Legacy! Halo Surabaya! Saya Yusuf dan Ani adalah co-host. Saya Beverly. Wow, dia pakai bahasa Indonesia. Luar biasa Yonsu. So, we want to look how about performance Indonesian team, right? Yep, absolutely. The stage today is so beautiful, so gorgeous. The light, I love it so much. What about you, Beverly? I'm really excited because here many audience. So I want to check first. Survivor Surabaya, make some noise! Woo! Getting hot in here. Well, let's go down and have a chat with our viewers right now. Okay? Oh yeah, exactly. We need one audience to interview first, okay? So, ada yang mau ngobrol dulu? Siapa yang mau ngobrol? Come on! Is it okay? Bisa bahasa Inggris kan? Bisa ya? Oke, bisa jawab pakai bahasa Inggris ya. Here's our audience right now at the stage, really crowded. Looks like he's wearing a jersey from RQ. Hi, what is your name?
Oh?
Apa? Siapa nama kamu?
My name is Maul.
Oh, nice to meet you, Mal. How does he feel about the stage today? Apa yang kamu rasain tentang panggung yang ada di sini?
I feel the set is very good.
Oh my gosh! Okay then. Yes. Is it your friends? Oh.
Komunitas.
Oh.
RQ Kingdom.
RQ Kingdom. Wow. Yes, our community, RQ Kingdom. I see. Yes. Okay. So what do you want to say to RQ about performance today?
Untuk RRQ ya semangat saja. Nikmati saja permainan ini, juara itu bonus.
Keep support and spirit for RRQ Kazu. Oh, maybe that is his magic word then to RRQ as well. Thank you, Ma, so much. Then, can I find a Bigetron Delta Esport fans, please? Can I see your hands? Oh, Bigetropers! Make some noise, everyone! Semuanya! Mana suaranya? Surabaya! Thank you, everyone! Okay, hello. What is your name?
Sorry?
What is your name?
My name is Edwin.
Edwin, okay.
So you are here for Bigetron Delta Esports, right? From the jersey I can see. Do you have any magic words you want to send to them right now?
Guys, lolos ke global, juara bonus. Semangat. Yeah, I told them.
Oh my gosh. Well, Bigetron Delta Esports did a very great job today at the Power Stage. Congratulations to you as well, and hope today you and your fans and also your team can have a very beautiful ending to Brazil, okay? Keep fighting.
Good
Thank
luck.
you so much.
Good luck, good luck.
Good luck to you too, Mal.
Thank you so much
Thank you so
for
much,
Bigetron
everyone. You can go
first
back to
and
your seat.
our IQ Kingdom. So survivors, we can't see how each team performance today.
I really love the atmosphere here. Okay, Beverly, I think it's time for us jump right into our first game and let's head back to the caster.
Yes.
Okay then. Free Fire World Series Southeast
Southeast
Asia
Asia
2024 Fall.
Fight for Legacy!
One in terms of the prone, but he is just going to buy himself a few extra seconds. Attack all around out and
Semuanya layak di sini lah. Jago-jago.
Kyung copies how his teammate in front, but can't get to it. Probably get knocked down. Electrotherapy too strong.
100% kita bakal juara di sini.
More wow, he's gonna take out as well. He just cannot outlast VRU, but
ผมก็อยากให้เข้าทั้ง5
the final player bleeding out. He's got the horizon line, but they finish him off before he can be picked up.
น่าจะเป็นทีมไทยครับแต่ว่าจริงก็ไม่มีทีมไหนน่ากลัวก็ตายหมด
PDR wiping the floor, and the cheers is gonna power them through. Jonah, can he hang on? He cannot.
Knocked out of the circle. Ikal dropped. Bigetron Delta secures yet another booyah.
Bakal percaya sih bakal 3 tim Indo ini bakal lolos ke Brazil nanti.
6 weeks of breathtaking battles to qualify, all their mistakes to identify and rectify. But it all boils down to this day. 6 games is all they have to play. To many, this life is a fantasy, but to these players, this is their fight for legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for this day, the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall. Do we get to see the Falcons soar up high once again to rip it all away from these other teams that actually think they have it, Husky? Or are we gonna see a brand new king here crowned for Southeast Asia?
So many storylines culminating to this one moment. The golden road for Team Falcons, the recognition of Indonesia for Bigetron Delta, a new life, a new king, and also the kind of the recognition at the same time, the dynasty of Buriram United after 1 year of championship drought. So many things could happen. It could be Vietnam season as well, right? This is the best season that we've seen. 4 out of 5 teams qualifying to the grand finals, and of course, all of them are at the doorstep of Free Fire World Series Global. But of course, we got limited seats, limited tickets to Brazil. They gotta earn it.
Well, I am gonna officially dub it as the Wasana curse, because ever since that powerhouse joined Buriram United Esports, they have not won a single title. That's mind-blowing, because what they brought into the squad was, I dare say, one of the best players, if not the best slayer out there in the world of Free Fire. So they have most definitely been on a drought thus far, but Bigetron Delta trying to make history here for themselves if they are able to use all of that learning through 18 match days that they took in that marathon of knockout stage, because we saw it clearly worked out during Point Rush. Those 2 days, they managed to secure 17 points, just as much as your 2-time world champs Buriram themselves, all to culminate down to this one final day where 6 games will call exactly who got to really fight and win for their own legacy.
And that itself also means that some of these teams might have an innate advantage, because this is kind of a minor throwback to how the previous format is, right? Your entire tournament life hinges on one grand finals with 6 rounds. BRU definitely have been in that shoes before, but for some teams, it's a new experience. Like AJ said, we've went through so many play days. We've went to 18 play days for the knockout stage, 2 more in the past 2 days for Point Rush, and today is where we either write a new chapter in Free Fire history, or we will rewrite history, the remaster of A Fallen King, which will be BRU. There's only one way to find out. These 6 rounds will be the most important 6 rounds in the player's career.
Oh yeah, amen. And of course, a hell lot of money up here on the table for them to grab in the form of a pie. How big of a slice you get from this pie is all up to you, and how much of hustle you can throw into this game. The number 1 spot obviously gets the biggest slice, but $100,000 I have to say is mind-blowing for anyone that can walk away with it.
To some people, it's life-changing money. And of course, we still have to follow the holy covenant of competitive Free Fire. Booyah gives you 12 points. Every elimination in the round will give you 1 point. And over time, it's been established that eliminations is king. So if you're good at fighting and you have the survival instincts, you are well set to walk away as the victors.
I mean, nothing changes, of course, but if you can hustle, if you can get all of those eliminations, you can try to help yourself. But if you do end up on a tiebreaker, we follow by these 3 rules to break you out of it. First off, the number of booyahs. Second, the eliminations that I talked about. Worst case scenario, we'll have to look at the survival ranks of the final round played. So that will most definitely be able to see exactly who takes the higher as well as the lowest spots. But fingers crossed, we don't need those tiebreakers, because we've already got a different form of a potential tiebreaker bonus. The Point Rush stage that we had the past 2 days allowed teams to accumulate bonus points for today's day of play. 2 teams got the exact same, once again, Buriram United Esports as well as Bigatron Delta, claiming 17 points as they switched between each other as to who took that number 1 and number 2 spots. Mind-blowing, because RRQ could not catch up with them.
Absolutely. And these 3 teams will be joined by AG Global, Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, Attack All Around, WAG, Evils Divine, Hua Esports, GOW, and Heavy. And admittedly, some of these teams didn't really step up yesterday. Some of these teams had a great start, but started falling off in the middle, right? Like Hua, it's primarily the Vietnamese teams, unfortunately. Hua Esports, WAG, Heavy having an insanely tough point rush sequence. Hopefully today they get to turn it around, but again, you give BRU 17 head start points. That is already a massive advantage.
I mean, no doubt at all, man. But you know, WAG, the best Vietnamese squad during the knockout stage, couldn't cut it on the Point Rush. Unfortunately, nothing at all they walked away with. And they are not the only Vietnamese team that got tortured during Point Rush. Hua Esports, a great first week at the knockout stage, couldn't really show up much after that. I thought we were going to see the resurgence here in the final week, but I'm still standing disappointed. I want to see more. Perhaps today will be the day they deliver. These were the points that we were talking about. Towards the very bottom, on that right-hand side, you can see many of the teams brought nothing away. GOW, at the very least, managed to scrape away with 3 points.
And they were the best performing team, right? Which is pretty shocking, considering how Vietnam has really proven that evolution throughout for this season itself. But it seems like they are now back in that at that plateau. Can they break through it when it matters the most? We've said this about so many other teams, even BRU at certain points at the time. But if you guys want inputs from your favorite co-streamers, we got all of the assortment from different languages. From Indonesia, we got Ledda, FDW. From Vietnam, we got Bakau. And from Thailand, we got Deadboo. So if you guys are interested, do check them out. Give them a shout out, support these people. They have been keeping Free Fire alive.
Even if you don't support them, drop by their pages, drop them a like, drop them a share. It won't take you more than a couple of seconds. We most definitely want to make this one a tad bit explosive for ourselves here on the casting desk, for all of the audience watching from home, as well as the streamers that are supporting our broadcast. Now let's take a look at some of the stats here that we need to crunch, whether or not it's going to make any bit of difference during the grand finals based on what they accumulated. We'll have to wait and see. Twisted Minds, a little twisted in their approach, but not the number 1 squad that the teams out there need to really worry about.
Yeah, ever since Saming went to the reverse rate, before they were Twisted Minds, they have been in every single grand finals, right? In fact, they were the first team to qualify for EWC as reverse red before being picked up by Twisted Minds. And it's good that Twisted Minds stuck with them, right? Having faith that they would see them in Brazil again in just, short of 2 months. But they're not just going up against 11 other teams. They're going up against the entirety of Surabaya Convention Center, Evil's Divine crowd. You got the RQ Kingdom there. You got the robots from Bigatron Delta. The only 3 survivors of the Indonesian region, which in of itself is pretty shocking, right? Considering that we expected all of them to be there, but these 3 are gonna kind of carry the torch and hopefully keep that trophy in Indonesia.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus not going to be too happy with flunking out. Star Knights as well, quite tortured. But this was the Southeast Asian League that nobody anticipated would turn out in this way, especially because Vietnam came out explosive. I mean, WAG proving themselves, 11 booyahs in total during the knockout stage. Nobody would have thought that was a possibility. WAG did even better than both Evil's Divine as well as Bigatron Delta, which is mind-blowing to say the least. Hua Esports, GOW, heavy scraping through as well. We saw many shockers. We saw PE Sports not making it through to the final week just due to one infraction that took away 15 points from them. If 15 points had stayed, Heavy would not be here today.
Yeah, that too, right? Which is I think it's very unfortunate. But then again, we have other teams that had infractions and they're still here. In PE Sports, I feel they have a lot to work on. But I guess they have until next season. This is the off season for them, right? Plenty of time to recoup for 2025. But for now, I'm looking to see which scenario would happen. Either the fans are going to make the teams or they're going to end up breaking the teams, right? Like some of them function great under pressure. Like for example, Team Falcons averaged 4th across eliminations, damage and assists. But then again, when they won the Esports World Cup, they had the entire arena cheering for them. Now, the arena is cheering against them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if or not the arena is going to be cheering against them, because as of right now, Falcons hasn't really made so much of noise where the Indonesian region is going to be worried about them. In fact, they have been pretty disappointing with most of their approaches. Even during Point Rush, they couldn't really do much. So these numbers, I would say, is a misrepresentation of what this team is actually capable of. I mean, we've seen Peter just absolutely pop, players' heads off on the battlefield. CQC, he is a master. He leads his team to victory all the time. We see a little bit of a change in the roster as well as they bring Kororo in. But in the overall grand scheme of things, I don't see a weaker Falcon. I see a stronger one in terms of lineup, but it's not showing on the points. And I dare say they are faking it. I think we are going to see what they're truly made of today, and they might just shock everyone.
I surely hope that's the case, right? A part of me want that to be the actual truth. And if it is, well, you know what? They're going to bring Kororo a trophy, which he hasn't really touched for probably forever, right? And that would be a shocker as well. I mean, a revelation for Team Falcons. It did change the dynamics of how they approach, right? Kororo coming in more as a sniper than the grenadier that Koskyo is known for, the golden arm of Thailand. But regardless, the Point Rush isn't a full representation of what these teams are good at. The grand finals is what matters, right? I mean, every time I have to say that line, I feel like it is so crazy that no matter what you did previously, if you wake up on the wrong side of the bed today, nothing else matters.
Yeah, true enough. Your girlfriend broke up with you today. It doesn't matter. You got to focus on your matches. I mean, your boss is threatening to fire you if you don't win this competition. Doesn't matter. You need to focus because everything is dependent on 6 games. Yes, there are some bonus points. Yes, that's going to give a little bit of an advantage to some of the teams that did manage to hit that high consistency on the first 2 days here of the final week. But nothing matters. If you want to become champion, you have to go all out. And teams that did not manage to go crazy have shown us in the past during the knockout stages, one of those few days where we've seen them have those explosive rounds. In fact, the only team that has been standing out in a very different way during the Point Rush versus knockout stage is actually Bigatron Delta, where they managed to hit more than 100 points during the knockout stage. Not a single day they hit more than 100 points. That's insane. In fact, some of the weeks they actually hit below 100 points with their accumulated plays over 2 days. So it's a different form altogether for Bigatron Delta. But for some of the other teams like RRQ, for AG Global, we know they don't need to perform consistently. They just need that one explosive day today.
Yeah, it really comes down to who is consistent and who can really pull the rabbit out of the hat, right? Even Bigatron Delta has shown us a playstyle that is very different from majority of their competitors. Being I think one of the only team that runs a full utility defense loadout, but can play just as aggressive. And you gotta give credits to the current meta, especially with the active ability cards that can still give you certain aggressive abilities that you need to bolster your ranks. In this case, Bigatron Delta is in 3rd place when it comes to Bermuda. We got AG Global and RRQ Kazu as the top 3. And when we look back at yesterday, Bigatron Delta was the only team that showed up.
And this is a little bit of a surprise in the overall grand scheme of things to be able to see Bigatron Delta here as one of the top competitors for this map. Because, all throughout the competition, they weren't really making a lot of noise, right? These 2 Booyahs, is huge for them. Finally, they're starting to show their fangs. And when they are showing their fangs, especially in Point Rush, when we see most of the teams couldn't really stand up against them. Nobody has the solution for Bigatron Delta, and the exact opposite is the case for Bigatron Delta. They've got the fix for every single problem of what the other teams can bring to the table. They've tested out their powers already, and they know they've got the kryptonite for them.
Best part is that you look at some of the players, especially Ikao, who has missed out quite a number of grand finals appearance, right? When he was back with Thorad, just the last year alone, you look at the progression of his career from FFSI and beyond that, there were some really low lows, and it does make you wonder, how is this shot caller, like what is going wrong, right? What went wrong for this shot caller? And now in Bigatron Delta, debuting in the fall season and now having the best chance at winning it all, it would be the story of one of the greatest captains ever from Indonesia.
Bigatron Delta, they have got quite a number of fans sitting in the stadium here. I'm pretty sure the competition is going to be heated. And I'm actually quite impressed with what Indonesia has been able to do. Yes, they expected all of their teams to make it through, but quite a number of them are on this stage to represent the nation. And in the past, most of the noise was being made just by the Thai teams purely, right? But now you've got RRQ and Bigatron Delta joining this fray as well. And to a point where we're actually forgetting to mention some of the Thai teams. I mean, Twisted Minds, Attack All Around, we barely talk about them anymore.
Yeah, especially Twisted Minds, we kind of glazed over the fact that they had won a trophy before, but Attack All Around, this could be the greatest redemption arc of all, right? Finally making it back into the finals after so long and having the best chance. But I'm not convinced just yet. I still think they're in the middle of the pack. There's something they're not showing us. Same like Hua and Evo's Divine. Two teams who had decent showing. Hua, for example, great week number 1. Evo's kind of in the middle, right? Showing up once in a while. But they taper off towards the very end. And even throughout Point Rush, you never really saw much of them.
Yeah.
Especially Evo's Divine, who couldn't get much going.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine, especially here in Point Rush, they haven't really been making a lot of noise. During the knockout stages, I think Hua Esports was the... I don't want to say this, but I don't really know how to mince my words. They were the bigger disappointment for me because, expectations were not there. And then they set it on the first week. And I mean, this is the roster of Team Flash, the good old Team Flash that really couldn't keep up with the pressure out there on the battlefield. And it was so impressive to see the recovery, the comeback. But that lasted for all of that 1 week. And then they weren't showing us that magic anymore. Evo's Divine, on the other hand, we're not too sure. They consistently just performed average. So that's where they were. Right, so it's a good head-to-head to take between these two teams, but it's not really going to matter. Like you said, it's just whoever hustles the most out there. But the 3 stars that we must watch, Dew, Wasana, Diamond, I mean, whatever, whether or not their teams show up strong, these players always show up strong on the battlefield.
Yeah, and the best part is that Dew is still maintaining his presence in the Hall of Famers whenever we talk about players to watch, right? Players that you need to look out for. And you compare these 3, he is the only full sniper player, right? Like, the other 2 were rushes. Wasana, like you take him on 1v1, you are most likely going to lose. Diamond as well, but he needs some help from Nameless every once in a while. They have shown the Cassie electrotherapy strat, bits and pieces of that throughout the knockout stage. But for Dew, always consistent. Problem with AG Global is the fact that sometimes when they have an off day, oh boy, they crash super hard.
Yeah, and of course, and if you've got Wasana on your side, the Swiss Army knife of the squad, he can get it done with the snipers, he can get it done with the shotguns, he can be that survivor, he can pull off those revives, he can even get those medkit booyahs for the squad if it is absolutely required, right? But unfortunately, he is still the curse of Buriram United Esports. Ever since he joined the squad, they have not won a single trophy. And in fact, from the way I see it, they're getting a little bit further and further, because season after season, we're seeing more and more teams able to catch up with Buriram. In fact, house Buriram in some of these battles and do so much better than them on a couple of days, right? Granted, knockout stage, they've gotten more points. Point rush, they've gotten more points. But the question is still, do they drop the ball on the final day? They've already done it the past 2 tournaments.
Yeah, it depends on whether that trophy is important, right? I mean,
yeah.
That itself is a pretty crazy question to ask. But if you just want the slot to globals, then sure, you don't need to necessarily finish first.
Yeah.
But it's nice to walk home with $100,000. You know, some extra cash would do wonders for some of these teams. And funny enough, Wasana and Saming were on the same team during FFSI, and afterwards, you know, Saming went to Reverse Red and Wasana went to BRU, and Saming won a trophy before Wasana did within that year, which was the ticket to EWC.
Yeah.
So let's see if Wasana can kind of even out the odds. We're gonna finally step on the plane and see these parachutes, send them over to Bermuda where everything begins, where the lost ark will not be found. You see the players can make something out of it.
Yeah, let's see, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bermuda time as the flight path cuts through our very first map of the day. Are we gonna see a fair fight here for everyone, or do we get a skewed flight path to bring disaster as we open up the grand finals?
Hot drop. Look at the southern side. Look at the southeastern side. This is madness. BRU is gonna take peak. No one will fight them. But that southeastern side is crazy. You got 3 teams. You got AG Global, EVOS Divine, Hua Esports. I don't think they used to go there. I don't think that's their usual spot, but we're gonna get first blood already. AVEX finding the first drop. AG Global also engaging in combat. It's Hua Esports in front of them.
Oh, Garina just knows exactly how to do this, man. They kept it away, Husky, from us. Even the knockout stages, they didn't tease us with this. Grand Finals first game. What a flight path. Due with the MP40. Shin has got the double vectors in hand, and he's going to be overwhelmed by the numbers. MP40 does back away. A124 tags him up in the backstab. Will put him on the ground. Unfortunate. Due as well is not going to be able to do much in terms of pull one number away from Hua Esports. So the numbers disadvantage very early for AG Global.
Even attack all around. Got a couple of eliminations from GOW, right? So Vietnam taking a hit. But of course, Hua, if there's any time to show us that week 1 flair, this is it, right? You show that flair for the next 6 rounds, this trophy could just go home with you. And Hua Esports on the hunt again. AG Global, we talk about them having a bad start that might cascade into more, and it seems like that is coming true. Cypher goes down. So that's 3 members of AG Global wiped out.
Yeah, the first one that got taken out was your week 5 Predator Dew. Cypher just went down, the week 4 Predator. So the strong hitters of the squad are out. But of course, the backup player is still there. Let's see if or not the revive comes through. EVOS Divine going to be helping out AG Global at this point of time. Unintentionally, of course. Choosing to attack Hua Esports from the back. They should be able to find the connection with Shin Fist. But Yanbin is in a great position to flank all around them. Ken too far away. Death with the M82B. It's all about the first connection. Who gets that sharp shot? If Death can find that first connection with the M82B, Hua Esports has an opportunity to pick up even more points here.
AVEX has the Tatsuya. If you can get in your face, that vector kickoff will shred through your health bar. And EVOS Divine finding 2 already. Aimgod needs a bit of help. They'll get him back up. AVEX does it, no problem. Shin gets knocked down. EVOS Divine coming in for a bit of a cleanup. Now Def is on the run, and he's being chased by Def himself. Knocked down by G'day. EVOS Divine landing some crazy and crucial shots. And only 1 survivor is left for Hua, but EVOS Divine, they're going to try and chase him down.
Off-screen Caramel also hit that double revive for the squad, so AG Global still in it. EVOS Divine surely has managed to save AG Global, but Yan Bin, can he hit that revival here? No pocket market pulled out just yet. EVOS Divine, oh my goodness, open ground. I believe he needs more coins. Double shot, knife is out. Can he sneak away? Yes, he can. A couple of more bullets required. But Yan Bin, the man's not even recovering.
He got the revive, I think. Yeah, we have more than enough players to justify
There you go.
the revive. So Yanbin can go down. But it's not going to matter too much.
Double kill.
But still 5 points for Evo's Divine to start it off. And meanwhile, GOW, I think, just lost a big charge of that team to attack all around off screen. I would say if we are talking about a team that's having a horrible start, it's definitely GOW.
Well, GOW and Hua Esports, they need to bring... no, I think they definitely brought their players back already. We started off the lobby at 48, now we've got 47, so most of those revives have been pulled in already. Attack all around, up against Heavy on the other hand. Doesn't seem to be working right here for Attack all around. Jump God backing away. Potential outnumber coming through from Hans and Get Nice, but they split up. Jump God gets the tags, and Hans just does not fire right back, just trying to bait the players in towards the second floor.
You feel the nerves in the players of Heavy, really trying to flush out every single potential corner, but you gotta keep in mind that attack all around, it's all about information, right? They see Limit on the top side, so how do you redirect your focus? If you can take down the ground floor, Limit will not be able to do too much, and I think that's what Heavy wants to do. They're gonna try and isolate Purgatory, with Hans keeping the rest of attack all around away, but they gotta start taking hits, and they're not able to do so. Attack all around, disengage, regroups in the secondary building, and now we're back to a stalemate.
The weak 6 Predator Limit trying to stay away from the rest of his team members, trying to bring some sort of a positive effect with this high ground advantage. Unfortunately, one man down. Heavy has got a beautiful advantage here, but I guess we see what Limit is working with. The player goes down, Limit brings that revive back, all thanks to the pocket market. So I guess attack all around, just trying to bite their time here. Hans, one good trade coming back through. Can he get a double? Kabi says, hell no. The Woodpecker straight to the chest, and attack all around with Poon got revived and he flies away. Limit has to make sure he finds an exit strategy here because Heavy should be able to overwhelm him in the next few seconds.
Very well done by Heavy. They saw Limit on that high ground. They know that Limit cannot provide support for his team if they fight in the building, and that's exactly what they do. They funnel attack all around into the compound and destroy the Hell Bar. But this is one of the favorites, right? Indonesia against Team Falcons. BTR getting the first ever challenger, being the EWC champs. Koja needs a bit of support. Ika will try and give him that. They do have the roof, but on fire, and one more takes him now. Koja stood no chance.
The Falcon Hunters facing off against the Falcons themselves, but it looks like this bird knows how to peck away at their predator. Kororo with the Bison. Oh, this little attic space will not make it for the side of Kororo. Grenade in though. Dix, is he going to be able to bring up that glue wall? Yes, he does. No damage at all from the grenade.
Ika, wonder what the idea is. Maybe they try and circle around.
There you go.
Kyung just got knocked down. This
There
is
you go.
horrible news for Bigatron Delta, losing another tool. I mean, Ika is still basically a lost child. He goes down and Dix brings his teammate back. But this fight basically has ended. They're just feeding points to Falcons at this point. But it feels like they want to keep on fighting. Dix finds a knockdown into Kororo, but unfortunately, can't really do too much about that. He ends up going down anyways. Falcons have 9 points.
Brilliant play overall from Bigatron Delta with the timely save on that revive. Question is, can the boy drop back into this battlefield without getting shot out of the air? Bigatron Delta met their match very early on. A match that they have given away too much of information to all throughout the knockout stage. They dominated the Falcons, but at the same time allowing Falcons to read all of their playstyle. Initially, in the knockout stage, Falcons had no recipe to counter any of the plays Bigatron Delta had. Clearly, that 4v4 gunfight shows us all of the lessons learned.
This is a very good start, right? Considering the head start points for Falcons wasn't really that much. They need an explosive round. I think this covers the basis, right? This is the foundation. They've laid the bricks to cover what they didn't get in Point Rush. And now, if they close out the round, you basically catch up to BRU and Bigatron Delta, especially Bigatron Delta, who are absolutely suffering despite having a 17-point head start.
I'm not going to count them out yet because man hit that revive and he didn't get shot out of the air. So there's a potential recovery here. Speaking of them, Kyung brings Ikal back into the fray as well. Their MVP player, who should be able to bring up a couple of more points on the overall board. And even if Bigatron Delta does go down here, they've already secured a little bit of an insurance for themselves through Point Rush. 17 points. In fact, 17 points is something that some teams don't even hit in one game.
Yeah. Pretty scary moment. Especially when, you know, the entire situation, the entire round has just cooled down. Teams going for revives, going to hunt for resources. such a polarizing atmosphere from
There
the
you
first
go.
3 minutes. So BTR gets the revive. We only are missing 1 player. We're almost 9 minutes in, AJ. This could get extremely messy.
I hate this. I hate the fact that the flight path tried its best to eradicate half of the lobby, but these players are just way too good. Even better than
got
the
the full
game
lobby back.
itself. Yeah, full lobby back at the 9th minute mark. This is a recipe for disaster for sure. And this is going to be a bigger disaster than that flight path earlier.
Yeah, no one feels good about winning the round. And if you lose, you feel even worse, right? Because you don't know who you went down to. Like, how do you... I mean, it tests the skills of the players adapting to situations, but you can only adapt to so much, right? If like there are 6 teams running at you, there's really nothing else you could do other than trying to fight your way out of it.
Yeah.
So maybe playing at the edge of the circle in this situation is not the it's not the worst choice after all.
Well, Hua Esports would love to argue with you on that because they're coming in from the very edge. Twisted Minds trying to gatekeep them. Sa Ming knocked down onto the ground. And that's going to be quite the punisher for Twisted Minds because their long-range engager is no longer in here. Exposi, though, still has got that sniper on him. Diamond and Nameless working that Cassie's therapy bond. Shin all alone. Drogon will be able to take him down. And the next one on the menu will be Death. He backs away. Good solid blue wall. Nameless on the chase. And this might just be over for Hua Esports.
Oh my goodness, the electrotherapy is so strong. It's literally enabling Exposy. He finally gets knocked down by Kian, but Diamond will close it out. Finally, our first elimination, the grand finals. Hua Esports bow out.
Oh, Cass is definitely in meta. The guy was like a tank just running at them, man. And at one point, I thought he was about to go down, and then he hit that extra at 50 HP. And you don't even need to use your medkit. Such elongated fights you can take if you've got a good partner right behind you. And it's a double Drogon rush on top of everything else. So they could take those CQCs no problem whatsoever. But now Twisted Minds could potentially get into another scuffle as Bigatron Delta circles on in. Evos Divine on the other hand finding Burirang.
Ooh! Just got knocked down by Moshi. Gotta find out where he is because Moshi, he's having free reign of the fight right now. Evos Divine down 1 member. This is a horrible spot to be in, but they're gonna try to isolate the members of BRU. Good knock on Ray onto Jonah. That's the charge buster in hand. With Jonah eliminated, the playing field just got even now. Moshi on the run makes his escape. Wasana on the top side drops right down. Ray on the top side, charge buster in hand. They find Wasana with the Trogon, and BRU now on the back foot. Get high also goes down. Moshi on the run with the mini Uzi in hand against 3 members of Evos Divine. Drops down to ground ball. Ambush by the day. Interception by Evos Divine as they knock out BRU.
No performance in knockout stage endpoint rush. No problem, bro. They just took out your 2-time world champs. Holy mama, Evos Divine. They are on a solid little wind up here. G'day, though, bleeding out. He'll pick the man up instantly. Buriram and Hua Esports, the first 2 teams to get kicked out here. 10 more squads alive. But Bigatron Delta and GOW both hurting.
I'm telling you, I think Ray caught BRU off guard by a long shot, right? That charge buster. Who would have expected him to have that in hand to just blast through Jonah? That really messed up the formation of BRU. But again, the isolation that Evos Divine figured out. Very good tactic to deal with someone like BRU, especially when you outnumber them. They might be a 1-man armada, but again, they only have 1 pair of hands. If you got 2 guns against 1, you probably would get a trade at least. Falcons have 13 points, heavy in front of them.
I was talking about how Bigatron Delta has bought themselves an insurance. For all you know, it was Buriram that bought themselves the insurance. And I told you, Husky, I told you this clearly yesterday. It was Buriram that needed the 20 points because these boys are so consistent in dropping the ball at the grand finals in the recent times.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're still consistent, right? Just in the wrong manner. Well, if they got 5 more rounds, right? They have done the impossible before. I'm not going to put it past them. But I'm looking at AG Global. They had a pretty rough start, and now RQ Kazu is about to wipe the floor with them.
Yeah, home ground advantage, baby. 3 players down on the ground already. Cypher can't do much here. And 1 final survivor. Stop dead in his tracks. AG Global, the next one kicked out. Guessed by whom? Yet another Indonesian squad.
Dang, really taking out these Thai teams, huh? I mean, with the help of GOW, sure. Arguably the team that had the worst start. GOW ran into Falcons and then attack all around, but survived long enough to be in top 9. The problem is, they don't really have much members left, so they can only be the difference maker, but now Indonesia against Indonesia, Ikao completely just flushed out of his corner, and it's going to be Alan that bails Ikao out by sniping Ray.
Oh, good one. Ice grenade just tagging him up quite a little bit, breaking down all of those glue walls, but the partners are trying to save him. Fly is dear alive, but Heavy up against Twisted Minds. The circle doing its damage. Hans right outside, exposing straight down to the ground. Heavy doing the unthinkable against a strong squad from the side of Thailand, but Twisted Minds still do have that survivor. Whether or not revives are going to be possible, we'll have to check out later, but for the time being, Heavy survives this one. And the next one on the menu is going to be EWOS Divine, but I don't know if they're going to be doing the eating or be eaten.
My goodness, all the Thai teams are getting just munched on by some of the teams that we didn't expect. And there's still RQ attack all around. They could be the savior. We see if Heavy runs right in. This is going to be pretty tight as Falcons cleans up shop on the western side of the map against RQ Kazu. BOW finally perishes to the blue, but Kabi shows up. Evil Define absolutely losing members. While Twisted Minds get knocked out, RQ Kazu eliminated, went down to top 6.
I cannot believe I'm watching this. WAG torturing EWOS Divine. Hey, back the final player. Krillin should have reacted a little bit faster with the Groza, but at least they know where they are. And WAG, the team from Vietnam, is the first one in this next circle, and they've got the greatest vantage point. And right opposite them, your two back-to-back champions of the two biggest tournaments in the recent past, the champions of the Esports World Cup, as well as the reigning defending champions of Southeast Asia, Falcons, doing it once again when it's most needed.
Oh my god, if Falcons land another 40 bomb, we could be looking at history repeating itself. We have just lost Bigatron Delta. I don't think EWOS Divine will survive for any longer, but you're right, AJ. WAG have the best spot. But if Falcons somehow takes over that, or maybe if Heavy joins in, this could be Falcons' round.
Absolutely, but Heavy attacking the wrong team here. The Vietnamese squads both on the same side. Falcons, on the other hand, trying to inch on closer. Those glue wall melters are going to be stopping them. Double Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of WAG. They have nowhere to run. Straight up into Heavy.
They got 18 eliminations. This could be the monstrous round that Falcons has shown us before. When it all matters. One more with the snipe, and we know how deadly he is. Assistance coming in from Heavy, and WAG pincered by two different teams. This is a horrible spot to be in. Heavy on the low ground, not really much to work with. Falcons will now slowly inch closer towards WAG, but look at one more. He's keeping tabs on both of them.
Yeah, great rotation by Heavy here, taking advantage of WAG being attacked by Falcons, and they slowly move down towards the bottom. This is a disadvantage positionally, but it's a huge advantage to stay out of the battle, allowing Falcons to do a majority of the work. Heavy is just waiting to be the final predator, and they're planning to make Falcons themselves their prey.
Yeah, Falcons, they realize what has just happened. They're going to start slowing it down as much as possible. We see the Riptide Rhythm just to clear out those blue walls to prevent any sort of rotation. But Falcons also have their own Riptide Rhythm, setting it towards WAG. The grenades are starting to fly in. WAG as a unit trying to move away, but the sniper behind on fire, finding Krillin. And Vitan shows up. WAG being a victim of their own making. Falcons and Heavy working together to take them out.
Yeah, Vitan is the one that claims that life there. So Falcons doing a majority of the work here, and Heavy just trying to prey on them. But of course, Falcons making sure they get it done a little bit more efficiently this time round. Now Heavy finally moving in for the final sequence of battle, but Peter is in a deadly spot. He takes that backstab position, and three players quickly pounce onto him. Hans going down for the shutdown, but Peter too slippery on his feet.
They do get one more though, but Peter somehow is still surviving. Heavy has Falcons cornered. They could just go in for the wipeout. They just gotta land their shots. Keroro against Vitan. Vitan trapped outside the blue. Falcons loses two member. One more won't be getting help. Peter on fire, both on the ground. He's down to Keroro. The new member, Horizon Line, brings on fire back up. Down to a 2v2. Hans, Kabi, they want Keroro. They cannot find him on fire. Gets back up at the right time. Saved by the Horizon Line. A 2v1. Hans, a wall in front of him, and the blue zone behind is gonna run out into danger, but makes it back just in time. What is the plan though? Falcons at 24 eliminations as Hans starts to heal himself back up, but it is such a tough round to win.
A massive round here for Falcons, regardless whether or not they walk away with a booyah. It's quite tough to think that they do not. They've already done the point rush job as well as the first game's work, all in this one match at Bermuda. A problem with the drop spot? No problem indeed. Falcons flying high as anticipated here on the most important day of the competition.
We're seeing it repeating itself, AJ. This is the beginning of a chapter that I think we have read just 3 months prior. A monstrous opening round. They scored 40 in round 1 in the EWC finals, 37 for the FFWS Fall Season finals. We've got 5 more rounds to go. Falcons really stepping up when they needed the most. Maybe they were the ones who have truly been hiding. But one big highlight was that goddamn horizon line on fire,
Yeah,
really saving the entire round.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a 2v1. Kororo could have clutched it out, right? We've seen moments like that, but it was a tough fight for Kororo. On fire, standing right back up. That's why, I mean, the item's expensive, but you most definitely have to buy it and keep it in your pocket. It saved the day here for Falcon, 4 on fire. Beautiful stuff. Massive round. And no point rush, really. For heaven's sake, no problem for Falcons. Just like that, they have guaranteed that #1 spot dominance for themselves with a great lead over the other teams.
Yeah, even with the 70 head start points, it really felt like it didn't matter for BRU or BTR because Falcons have just shown them what they can achieve in a single round without much of a head start, despite an underwhelming point rush, stage for Falcons. We said the same about them at EWC, and look at what they did, right? They lifted the trophy and went back home with it. And this could be the beginning of that, exact same sequence again.
I mean, they just keep proving themselves time and time again. Unbelievable, because we've seen the hustle, and this was not a overnight project, right? Falcons taking over CGGG, and CGGG was most definitely not a team that was built over one day. We saw the hustle over the years. You know, players like Coscu, they've been here, they have had their downtime, they have most definitely enjoyed some part of the limelight, but never as champions. And the very first season that they get taken over by Falcons, they obliterate the competition. Amazing stuff overall. But I have to say, this is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing most definitely because point rush matters not to Falcons. How many teams can say that, Husky?
No, not really. Honestly, not really.
Even Buriram can't say that.
No, they have not won a tournament that has point rush, at least not in the recent year. But you know what's funny? That means Falcons have won 2 out of 2 tournaments since they joined Free Fire.
Yes.
This could be their third, right? Again, the golden road is still there.
Yeah. I mean, most dominant brand for sure. Literally, the moment you pick up, because CGGG wasn't perfect. It's the same roster. I mean, of course, they've added one more here, but it's the exact same boys. Just the extra ignition, just the extra pump of, I'm very sure, some good amount of budget behind them. You know, you gotta love the budget that Saudi Arabia brings. But also, right, the kind of support that the organization has been giving these boys clearly has been able to take them from where they were and put them a couple of steps higher, because this is a whole other squad. Confidence just bursting through the roof. But consistency, what we could not find in the past years, it's just pouring out of them.
Again, they show up when it really mattered the most, right? You could play 1,000 rounds in knockout stage, but only the 6 rounds at the grand finals would be the most important, would be the life-changing rounds for you. And Falcons always showing up at the right time. I guess this is how it feels when you start pumping run 100 or run 97, right? So, I want to hear what Team Falcons have to say, so let us throw it to Surabaya and let the host talk to them about this initial booyah.
Our grand final today is so insane. The first booyah belonged to Team Falcons. Hello, On Fire. So, how is your feeling right now since the stage here is so hyped like this?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่วันนี้เรามาเล่นแล้วก็มีบรรยากาศของผู้ชมที่เขาไฮป์แล้วก็ขนาดเนี้ยก็ตื่นเต้นสนุกครับ He feels fun and so excited because the crowded.
Dia bilang di sini sangat seru dan dia benar-benar excited untuk melihat kalian semuanya audiens yang ada di sini. So you got a lot of kills in the first game. How to get it?
ได้คิวเยอะมากเลยอะทั้งที่มันเพิ่งเกมแรกทำยังไงถึงได้ขนาดนี้
ก็ต้องขอบคุณ BDR ครับที่มาแจกแต้มให้
What do you say?
Okay, he said that thank you to B2R to give us a point.
Oh, okay. It's so interesting. He said, dia bilang terima kasih banyak Bigetron udah kasih poin. Bigetron, let's go. You
On
can
Fire.
show it.
I have a question for you. So, you can see right here is RQ Kingdom. And I heard that RQ is focusing on Team Falcons. And the hype from them is so insane. But do you feel stressful from this or you feel more even energetic?
คือเขาบอกว่าจริงๆแล้วอ่ะเขาเหมือนจะได้ยินว่า RQ คาสุเนี่ยโฟกัสทีมฟอลคอนอยู่ตอนนี้รู้สึกกังวลบ้างไหมเขาโฟกัสเราอ่ะ
ไม่ครับ
not at all
Oh.
What is it?
not at all
Dia nggak ngerasa sama sekali terganggu dengan adanya RRQ yang fokus ke Falcons.
Hey. Last questions to end our wrap here. This is a very beautiful trophy here. Are you planning to hold it again with your teammates on fire?
เขาบอกว่าที่เราเห็นอยู่ตรงนี้ก็คือโทฟี่สำหรับการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้แล้วมันสวยมากๆแพลนไว้ไหมคะว่าจะถือกลับบ้านอีกครั้งหนึ่งในฐานะแชมป์ซี
ก็คิดว่าต้องทำได้
I think I can do it
Dia pikir dia akan dapetin ini semua. Oke, kita lihat nanti.
I also agree with him since his performance today in the first match is really, really good with a lot of eliminates they got, but also their skill is so amazing. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now, fight for legacy! Thank you so much, and let's head back to our caster, and I'll see you guys in the second game.
On fire, doing it again in the opening round of a grand finals with lots of eliminations. Great opening, sets them up for success regardless of what happened in Point Rush. I mean, AJ, are you starting to believe that history might repeat itself for the third time in a row?
Bro, I've always believed, man. I mean, even when people were thinking like, okay, Falcons, I guess they have faulted, it was always a 50-50. It could either go really good or really bad. You just need to wait for a few clues. And I think you don't really need to be Einstein to figure out based on clue from map number 1 that these boys are not here to just win a couple of rounds, but they are here to be champions yet again, to defend their throne. I mean, at the end of the day, it is their title to give away, right? They are the reigning defending champions of Southeast Asia. Just one game, bro. Just one game. They have obliterated their opponents. They have now gotten a lead equivalent to the most number of points a team has picked out during Point Rush. They have a 17-point lead at that number 1 spot because they picked up 40. How? How does anybody do that?
I wish I have an answer, right? I've been asking myself ever since they won
My
Spring.
God.
And again, big part of it, on fire, 9 eliminations, 6 assists, 3.7k damage. And on top of that is also what is Falcons doing differently in the grand finals compared to knockout stage and Point Rush, right? I've always tried to categorize it as maybe they just went out for more eliminations. Maybe they just played more aggressive. But I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think they play a lot more cohesive as a team. And special shout out to Kororo, because in that final round, sure, we give On Fire the credit for having Horizon Line. But Kororo survived a 1v2 for the longest of time before they won the round. So this man is one step closer to lifting that trophy.
Yeah, I do agree, right? I mean, he survived long enough so that On Fire could come right back in there with that backstab. Obviously, the opponents didn't expect that Horizon line, but when you see those numbers on your HUD, you have to understand that the Horizon line is obviously going to be a problem in that final circle when the competition is at this level. But anticipating it is one thing. Finding the solution for it, doing something about it is a whole other. Massive numbers of eliminations here. Kororo picking up 7 for himself through those snipes. Peter getting 4 eliminations. That's the biggest shocker, right? Usually he's the one really dealing these huge damage as well as eliminations. But 8 assists, it makes sense. He was the initial one pumping all of those bullets through. The finish is just picked up by the rest of the team members. Either way, this just shows phenomenal teamwork on Team Falcons. And they started it all off by shutting down Bigatron Delta. What a poetic way to do this.
That and also being able to overcome
Every
Heavy.
single player.
Actually, all of them. Holy cow. All of them in that Elim leader. Except for Kabi, who put up a pretty good fight. Heavy got decent reads towards the end. Made it to top 2. I just want to know how much eliminations did Heavy get compared to Falcons, right? Like what's the difference between number 1, which is obviously Falcons, and the team in second? Because this round could potentially lock out a quarter of the team from ever reaching first place.
Yeah,
Just
you're
one
right.
round alone.
Insane stuff, man. We kick off the grand finals in the best way possible. The key players here, though, a glue wall destroyer, Ma'al himself. A little surprising to you? Nah, his grenades absolutely hurt a lot. On fire with the damage. And GOW, a little bit of a tortured start, having to go in for 4 revives at the end. Couldn't really be the MVP for any other reasons. We did see Heavy. The last time I spotted them, they were more than 10 eliminations for sure. But, you know, the lobby only had them as well as a couple of other teams. So I don't really know how many they pulled off of WAG. We'll have to wait and see. But not massive number of points. But if you are Heavy, it's a great start. I mean, you are the team that literally scraped through on the very final day of the knockout stage to qualify for the grand finals. And for you to start off the day by getting into that final circle, what more can a team need?
Not too shabby, right? 21
Yeah.
points. And sure, it doesn't... It's... Wait. It's enough to overtake BRU.
Of course, yes.
Wow.
Buriram
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
got just 1 point from this round.
That is insane. I mean, BTR got 9, so they got 25. Still
Yeah.
4 points ahead of Heavy. But man, even then, with BTR most likely in second place, 25, it's still a 12-point difference between them and Falcons, right? So
Yeah.
again, Falcons with this round might have just cut out a quarter of their own competition. They get another round like this, we probably would just be watching the fight of the top 8.
Yeah, I most definitely agree, man. After this, the story is just going to change to, okay, let's just see who qualifies for globals. Because at this point of time, Falcons, they just need one more solid round like this in order to win out the day. Not many teams have been able to reach 100, to exceed 100 points on one solid day of play. Falcons getting 40. If they pull up another solid round like this, third game in itself, they should be able to win out the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall. Bigatron Delta, they were second during Point Rush. They are still second here. 26 points in total. But the hustle from Heavy is mind-blowing. RRQ doing enough to grab that 19 points in total. They started off the day with 10 points. So only 9 points picked up here on this game. I'm pretty sure they're going to be kicking themselves. But it's all about that recovery in Purgatory that we want to see from these teams.
RQ Kazu and, well, actually Heavy and Evil's Divine doing a lot of work, right? Because they were the only 2 teams in that first page without any head start points.
Correct.
Again, just a recap, Team Falcons got the Booyah and Bermuda. We'll head to Purgatory next to continue this storyline. But just for the fans out there who might not be aware, if Falcons do qualify for, FFWS Global Finals, regardless whether they win the championship or just get the slot, that slot will be relegated, will be given to the team next in line because they technically already made it through EWC. So Falcons, they really got nothing much to lose. This tournament is just whether to see if they can get the trophy, continue that fairy tale run, and also, of course, some sweet prize pool.
Brother, they have got $100,000 US to lose, okay? There's too much of money if you ask me. In my books, they have to go all out to really slay. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be nice to add on another trophy to the collection, but $100,000 US, brother, nobody says no to that.
I agree. As someone who has not even come close to experiencing having that money, I would take it also.
Oh yeah. I mean, and at the end of the day, the consistency is just mind-blowing. We may not see Falcons here on Purgatory, but we sure as hell have to watch out for them. Buildup United Esports, RRQ, AG Global, the 3 dominators of Purgatory, at least throughout the whole knockout stages and a little bit from what we have seen in Point Rush. But none of these stats actually matter here on the final day. Through experience, you and I, Husky, can tell these points really don't matter. They're just giving us talking points just to fill up a little bit of time as we wait for this next game, but it really does not matter.
Actually, I feel like it stops mattering after knockout stage, right?
Yeah.
Because again, these stats are a collection from like 18 play days of every single team during a knockout stage. You go to Point Rush, it resets fully, and then once you start gathering data, you go to grand finals and you just throw that out the window. It really doesn't matter as much. Gives you a good indicator of the power level or the standings of these teams, but does it really truly influence how the result is going to be? I don't think so. You know what worries me the most? I'm worried that the Indonesians are going to start fighting because I saw Evil's Divine and RQ going at it, and then Bigatron Delta is just sitting there eating popcorn.
I mean, literally looking at the top 5 right now, we can say for sure with proof that the stats picked up during the knockout stage matters not. Like you said, EVOS Divine having this performance heavy, not a single point they picked up during Point Rush, and they're currently sitting in 3rd. Bigatron Delta, the team that really didn't cut it during the knockout stage, just blowing everyone's minds during Point Rush as well as the first day of the Grand Finals, still maintaining their pressure here. And, who's going to stop Falcons at this point of time? They're way too high. You got to take a jet fighter to catch up with them.
You got to give them a horrible round. You got to hard drop them, wipe them out in the first 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Then maybe you get that reset, right? And even then it's a risk because Heavy, they just got hot dropped so early by EVOS Divine as EVOS goes out to hunt for blood. They don't want Heavy to start walking away with that big lead, and as Ski Lodge, you go down early, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, this interesting play coming through here. Heavy taking this drop spot because their brothers PE Sports not here. But EVOS Divine is pretty constant with their drop onto Ski Lodge as well. So it's not a forced one for either one, but clearly just providing one team with all of the benefit here. EVOS Divine 2 points up. Twisted Minds with a little bit of a scouting gameplay as they rotate in towards Ski Lodge to check out exactly how chaotic it is here.
Krabi has to somehow win this. Again, find isolated fights, win 1v1s, no more glue walls, only one medkit in hand. Let's have back out if Aimguard just crouches down, so that would miss. EVOS Divine having a man advantage, they getting shot, but doesn't go down, and here comes the rush. Hans, good recovery, saves his teammate, gets a revive, so it's not all done just yet for Heavy. And Hans comes in at one pump onto the day. Apex goes down, Hans saves Heavy! And wipes out the Indonesian. And Exposy is gonna clean up, takes Han out, get 2 free points, but Heavy have survived for now.
Holy mama, what? That was Hans with the biggest clutch that we have seen throughout the whole of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 fall. That was gold, especially because it was from Heavy. I cannot believe what I saw, and goodness me, Exposy, that was dirty.
That was a true Han Solo experience. Literally saved this entire team, and sure, they are now in quite a pickle. Only Get Nice is left alive. But man, second chances for Heavy. And with EVOS Divine knocked out, and we just saw them in 6th place, right? All that hard work down the drain because of that.
I mean, that little dude had no money for revives. He literally had to depend on his own skills. And he actually walked away, showing us that when push comes to shove, Heavy can deliver. They're still alive. Thank goodness for that. But now Duke with the Bison, Ken's just going to be a tad bit faster than him as he just managed to call out his plays. Rotation through the window, not doing him any favors whatsoever. Hua Esports, they catch up finally to give Hua the kind of backup as well as pressure they need to shut down a big team like AG Global. But as AG Global rotates away, Attack All Around stands right behind them.
AG Global, one of the characteristics is that once they start feeling uncomfortable, having a poor round or a poor start, they will start to go into defensive mode. But that's not where their strength lies, because they're going to get ambushed. Falcons, on the other hand, on fire, just got taken down by Koja. And the Falcon Slayers spring into action again, but they will lose Ikao though. The IGL on the ground. Guerrero will finish him off before backup shows up. Falcons refuses to go down with a disadvantage. The revive does come true for BTR, but Falcons have bought some space so far.
Yeah, revenge is sweet as long as we are the ones winning this gunfight. And look at this on the revive. They're not actually backing away. They want to drop right back in here. Falcons know they've got nothing to lose. They've got a great lead up top. But of course, the battle between Attack All Around and Hua Esports breaks out as AG Global just baits them in for the fight and then sits out of it.
To see Attack All Around, they made a lot of impact early on in Bermuda, but now against Hua Esports, it might be different. AG Global actually is nearby.
Oy.
There are actually 3 different teams.
Oy.
It might seem confusing, but AG Global is on that eastern side. So you see Attack All Around, a couple of attacks onto Hua Esports. They are just trading blows, share the burden, share the pain as they all went for the retreat. But Jumpguard wants to intercept them. This is bad news. Jumpguard catches them at the outer skirts, and this might just be Hua Esports getting wiped out, and indeed, they will be wiped out. Attack All Around finds 5 free points.
Okay, can we please go back to the Falcons fight? Okay, thank you, observers. On fire up top. Bigatron Delta, 3 survivors. On fire with a sliver of health. One more shot of that FGL could just do this man in. Clearly has no medkit as well. Goes down.
Yeah.
Question is, how many more survivors does Falcon have? Or do they not have any?
I think they still have, right? We lost EVOS Divine and Hua.
Oh, okay, all right.
But 10 teams left, so Falcons still in the game. But BTR looking to put a stop to that, give other teams a chance. Falcons, one more guy left in the blue with 3 eliminations. Not the best situation for them right now, but if they can get the full revive, it's still very early for them to regroup for the rest of the round.
You did see a little bit of a recovery play earlier for Falcons, so not an impossible situation yet for them. But Battle between AG Global now, an attack all around. Not with all of the players. Good knockdown onto limit. But Cypher's not going to get more than that. That knock is going to get recovered real quick. Man gets picked up, but Razor shows up. RRQ wants a piece of this. Ma'al and Abe shutting them down. Riptide Rhythm, Cougar fully exposed. Tries to respond, but gets denied by Ma'al from afar. What a play by RRQ. But Jump God waiting for the death. And finally, as those players expire, hits the double revive. Attack all around, still survives.
7 points, not too shabby. RQ Kazu catching up, and Jump God will probably give his life away to ensure the survival of his kin. So Limit and Poon God have to make that work. Meanwhile, Twisted Mice just wiped out majority of WAG. Expo and Krillin still on the run. Twisted Mice, this is very crucial points that they are looking for. 5 on them, 4 on Exposy.
The fight is between Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia. 12 teams, but only 8 can move on to the global stage. Who are the 4 that gets kicked out? And are all 4 going to come from the same region? We'll have to wait and see. Riptide Rhythm, bye-bye Kyong, they say, as the man tries to fly away. Gets shot like a bird in the air. These predators, a little unsuspecting. I never knew the wolves could actually catch prey in the air.
Shot down 2 of them as well. So Bigatron, they themselves will have to go into recovery mode. Instantly, they revive one of them. One more just got caught by Caramel. That is not looking good for Falcons off screen.
Yeah.
Maybe the dynamics will shift here, right? Like a Booyah for BTR or a Booyah for BRU would set the record straight. But again, revivals come true for both BTR and Falcons.
I would love Falcons to, really smash it on this second game as well. But we got to give some chance to the other teams here. I mean, if Falcons continues to have that super meal, once again, the competition is going to be all over, and I'm going to be bored casting, bro. I don't want a situation like that.
My wish is hopefully someday we will have a grand finals where it ends with us having to look at tiebreakers, but the final condition of the tiebreaker. The last and it's to break the tie for who wins the tournament. I hope I stay around long enough for that.
That's a crazy request. You just don't manifest it, bro. It sounds chaotic.
I mean, it's fun for me. It's fun for us, but not for the players, obviously, right?
I want to see more gunfights. I want to see them earn this through, not a tiebreak. I want to see a clean win at the top. Now, we got to take a little bit of a peek here at the mini-map. Falcons scattered all over the map. Now, they know they don't really need massive points. As long as they kind of play for placements, they're still clear at the very top. 14 points earlier. Bigatron Delta was trying to catch up with them. And Bigatron themselves, like you pointed out as well. This Moshe! Spicy shot. Look at the finisher. Was that not giving them room to recover at all? You've got a horizon line, bro. It doesn't matter. I'll come and check. Goes for the confirm.
Oh. Man, felt that headshot through the screen. That was nasty stuff.
And Moshi, I'm sure, is very annoyed because he was the final survivor, but could not find the clutch with the mini Uzi earlier. And the team bowed out with just a single elimination. If you are Buriram, that's surely going to play on your ego quite a little bit. After finding dominance once again on the knockout stage and point rush, to be taken out at Bermuda for all maps in such fashion is not going to sit well with them. But how strong they are mentally will show in this Purgatory match based on their recovery.
We still haven't even gone to the map where they are the best at, right? And that map is Alpine. We got 2 more. Actually, it's going to be the next map. So BRU, plenty of chances. Not going to count them out just yet. Falcons continue to be in a rough spot. Vigo acquired by AG Global, but they got WAG to deal with. And WAG is going to try and prevent them from moving further.
Circle's going to tickle them a little bit. But AG Global has got those vehicles to rotate around. And I think they're going to take the fight straight up to WAG. Goodness me, knocks him out. And no mercy play whatsoever here from AG Global. WAG's Allen literally had no chance to sustain that damage and try to fight back as well. That flying animation after getting knocked by the guide itself disables you. Cyrus with a P90 just at the very edge of this cliff here, hoping and praying nobody finds him. But these pros are way too good. They should be able to spot him in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, it's a crisscross drive-by if I've ever seen one. Got knocked by both cars, right? Like kind of flung around like a rag doll. So stop. Obviously getting the Riptide Rhythm paired with the Tatsuya. A lot more offensive capabilities in this arsenal. And WAG really holding on to a prayer as BRU now finds themselves in the fishing hut, and RRQ Kazu at the trailer park have good vision over them.
That's wants to take that first shot. But nobody on the side of Buriram poking their heads out just yet. We do see Get High with his sniper, just waiting for that opportune moment. So RRQ could just be in trouble as well. You wanted to see teams work the periphery of the safe zone. It looks like Buriram has got the same. You just saw that and then turned around and was like, maybe I'll let him survive a little bit longer. Goodness me, Cyrus. Dude, that was dirty, bro. Teasing the man in that way.
I'm pretty sure you just didn't see it, right? Like, because you'll be flicking your joystick rapidly. You see all the sporadic movements like he was doing just now. He probably just saw a glimpse and he was like, wait, that doesn't look right. It would be funny if he actually went down, but of course saved it. You know, a recovery takes out WAG. Falcons, you gotta stay really still right now. Don't move, don't breathe.
Danger, bro.
They know.
On fire.
Oh no, they were not paying attention.
Yeah, Woodpecker gets the job done. Stop all players, and now they know. There are some fish in these waters that they can try to make a barbecue out of. And flies on and out of here. Dew with the shots from afar. If there's anyone that can get it done from a distance like this, it is Mr. Dew. But can he find that elevation to get those shots on target? That's the bigger question.
Don't really want to deal with any of that if you are Falcons right now. Just play it safe, make it to the last circle. You might not get a booyah, but if you can still rack up some points, it will further your lead regardless. Big revive from one more. That is exactly what we've been asking for, but at a timing that's close to minute number 12, they have very limited space to work with. Let's see how they make use of it.
And also, it's pretty crowded in here, so they could just get shot out of the air. Extra points for the teams inside the circle. But it's only if someone is looking up. So, on one more with that revive, he will have to tank the blue for quite a little bit. RRQ now with the advantage. They get to gatekeep the boys on the side of Buriram. We're currently using the wall that separates these two squads as that cover, but the circle is going to be pushing them in towards the bottom side of the map. In the meantime, attack all around, finding themselves a little bit of a prey in GOW.
GW on the second floor now, starting to scatter into the wind. Gungar just spotted the back of one of them, just walked out of the room, but no problem. If Heavy goes for the mass revive, Distant Minds attracted by all the gunshots, they're just starting to get very hairy. RRQ Kazu on the northern side, AG Global on northeast. An attack all around, guess this building, they gotta fend off more than just POW.
Yeah, Bigatron Delta shows up and they take the bottom floor. Prestinis can attack all around, sustain this battle if they hop on out. For the time being, the circle is going to be on their side. And thankfully for attack all around, they get a little bit of a distraction here as well. Twisted Minds dropping by to say hello. Bigatron Delta circles out of the ground floor. And the potential for attack all around to secure this for themselves just gets much more bigger. Twisted Minds not teasing them just yet. Hans all alone as Falcons finally bows out after a massive round in that game number 1. So that has bought them the insurance plan for bombing out on Purgatory. So I think it's all even once again.
Yeah, we're back to square one. At least chances for everyone else is still there. It's still up in the air. It's not like Falcons will walk away after this. And that means that BRU have a very, very good chance to potentially even overtake Falcons after this round if they get a massive one. Only 4 points so far, but if they continue down this war path, they could easily hit the record of what Falcons just achieved.
Does Buriram finally break that curse? Or will they kick Wasana out of the squad before they break that curse? We'll have to wait and see.
They kick him out and then they win.
Ice grenades will push Wasana away. The Drogon in his hand. Needs a little bit of backup, but actually tanking the blue. I don't like this idea. Tatsuya will save them for a little bit, and the quick rotation around the bottom side. But out in the open though, Split Blitz will torture them. Jonah tanking the blue once again. Tries to take the flank around from that left-hand side. Will pay the price for that bad call. Get High just a sliver of health. Wasana, the final survivor. RRQ easily will oust Buriram out of the lobby. 2 rounds in a row, they've dropped the ball.
That is so unfortunate. RRQ Kazu funneled BRU not just out into the open, but into the sidelines of Twisted Minds and BTR and attack all around. So it was 3 teams against 1. Even the Gods cannot survive that, and BRU surely felt that. Disappointment for sure, but nothing much they could do. All the teams congregated on the southern side, and it's about to get messy, AJ.
Messy indeed. If you're Buriram, it's already messy. Koja bleeding out. Agent Global out, all thanks to Diggs and the Trogon. It's the Koja picked right back up. 12 eliminations strong for Bigatron Delta. This is that recovery game for them. And they're just going to have to bide their time. Nameless gets a God Nade onto Ekal. The pickup is not possible as Diggs swoops on in for the medic save. He himself gets knocked down onto the ground. They lose Ekal, their top player. Things just got so much more tougher for Bigatron Delta. And out in the open stands RRQ using a tiny boulder as defense.
This is a nightmare. If RRQ Kazu can survive this, they have the best chance of winning the round.
Yeah.
The circle might just pose towards them, right? This is a gamble. Coming in pretty close. Heavy gets eliminated by Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds know they need to thin out the herd before the next circle, because there is a chance that RRQ Kazu will be the one waiting for them. And attack all around on the second floor is not going to make it any easier.
RRQ's not at the dead center point of this next circle, so they'll have to rotate out of that boulder defense as well. The ones with the bigger advantage could just be attack all around. If Twisted Mind steps out of the house first, RRQ will get into that engagement, leaving RRQ open to the shots of attack all around. But they need to tank the circle in order to shoot at RRQ. This is a messy, complicated final circle, a 12-man battle, 3 full squads.
And you can see that RRQ Kazu had the idea of disrupting the entire dynamic of that fight with the glue wall melters, and now they're gonna take their chances, right? They heard silence, and now they're gonna try and move on forward. They need to take space. That is the most smart move they can do right now. Glue wall is getting expended, but it's a necessary resource to expand. RRQ Kazu really need to get in, but all the glue wall melters from both the Thai teams making it super hard, and RRQ Kazu can only go so far, but they don't want to get close to the building, and that's the tricky part.
And they don't want to be too close to the circle as well. They don't want to sustain unnecessary damage. And now attack all around, hopping on out. They will put themselves a little bit far away. And beautiful play by Nameless. It is going to be the monster truck, but he drives it outside the circle, and now he's getting shot at. Nameless, the biggest mistake perhaps. He drives it right back into the sliver of health left on him. Limit loses his defense, all thanks to Nameless. But the rest of Twisted Minds getting toasted. Attack all around, built a huge barricade around themselves. And Dutch will finish the job by jumping up high. RRQ having a feast out here.
Yeah, RRQ Kazu have survived the initial drought, and now it is hunting season for the Indonesians. Attack all around Twisted Minds, both beaten and battered. Exposing gets taken down by Limit, which makes it even more favorable for RRQ Kazu to swoop in and clean up the scraps. It's 12 eliminations for them, but they have the full squad left alive, barring one, and is more than enough to take out the individual members of the Thai team. Nameless finds Ma'ao, but just takes him out, tracing back. Ma'ao still on the ground, not out just yet. They're trying to get him back up. Attack all around, left with just one against 3 members of the kingdom. The Royal Guards of RRQ Kazu looking to take down Limit. Predator week number 6, but now he will be preyed upon. RRQ Kazu takes their first Booyah in the Grand Finals.
14 eliminations, 12 points from the Booyah. A mighty recovery for Indonesia. The hope is still alive. Not from one, but 2 teams from the region. Bigatron Delta and RRQ. They're looking to take this one all the way. But the question is, will Thailand stop them? Vietnam hasn't really made a lot of noise just yet.
Indonesia really feeling the crowd. First Bigatron Delta, then RRQ Kazu. To the repeat of yesterday. RRQ Kazu feeling really pleased with that result. They are already in top 6. This one's going to propel them in contention for first place. Either way, one of these Indonesian teams is going to be first by the end of this.
What a grand finals. We are surely enjoying esports perfection right here. The stage is lit. The players are lit. The gameplay is freaking lit. And it's a close fight at the top because everybody is full on throttling through the grand finals. But obviously not all of them can control their cars like how Falcons, RRQ, Bigatron Delta are doing right now. Beautiful stuff overall. Twisted Minds surviving for the recovery play, but they were the first ones to fall prey. They were on that lower floor. They stepped on out. RRQ crossed all of those glue wall melters towards them. The defense was rickety and attack all around, using that high ground advantage up against them. Twisted Minds got ousted, and then of course RRQ, the job just got so much more easier for them towards the very end. But either way, it was a fantastic start and recovery from Heavy here. The Hans clutch was definitely unforgettable.
This one's going to be like the top 5 plays of the Grand Finals for sure, right? Yeah. Wiping out Evo's Divine and really ruining the momentum that they've built up in Game 1. And when you kind of look at the final sequence of how RRQ Kazu ended up winning the Booyah, I tell you, that is one of the most uncomfortable way to try and survive in an open ground and to make it past all the toughest part of that situation, right? I think Nameless had the right idea with the monster truck, but the moment RRQ Kazu saw him drive out of bounds, they immediately Tatsuya dashed into attack all around to take out the backline. And again, the shot calling so far in this game too has been immaculate by the Indonesians.
My head tells me that it's going to be super close up top on the leaderboard. I don't know how close though, because Falcons earlier, they had a 17-point lead over the team in second, and now RRQ has found that recovery, because in game number 1, they only walked away with 9 points, which wasn't too much to shout about, but this was a pretty decent game for them. 14 eliminations in total, plus the 12 should put them in contention for the top 3 spots. So it's going to be a tough one here, man. But Bigatron Delta still maintaining that consistency that we did not see at all throughout the whole knock-on stage.
Yeah, and speaking of that, it also could be historical, because ever since the inception of MCP, only Thailand has ever won a trophy.
Yeah.
Not Indonesia, not Vietnam, certainly not Malaysia.
Yeah.
So this could change the tides. This could be the first trophy for Indonesia or Vietnam, and that itself would set us up good, not just for the global stage, but for the next year.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, we have to hear exactly what RRQ has to say to Falcons as well as the rest of the Thai teams. We'll catch up with you in a bit.
Survivor Surabaya, make some noise! Finally, RRQ Kazu get the booyah. It's such a great performance.
Dudes, Abax, you definitely give me some chills over here. RQ Kazu Kingdom, can I hear your voice right now? Make some noise! Congratulations on your booyah. I want to ask you, the first question is, when your situation comes with 2 Thailand teams, how would you and your teammates manage it when you're in a very difficult situation to play around with them?
Gimana cara kamu handle semuanya saat masih ada 2 tim Thailand di sana, padahal kamu di posisi yang cukup sulit?
Caranya ikutin satu arah aja. IGL.
Ikutin siapa? IGL. IGL tuh?
Kapten.
Oh, kapten. He said just follow my captain. It's work.
Follow your captain is work?
Yes.
I see. So most of your... how would you describe your captain? In 3 words.
Oke, jadi apa yang lo ikutin dari arahan kapten tuh? Jadi apa yang lo ikutin dari arahan kapten? Atau apa kata-kata untuk kapten 3 word?
Mungkin ini sih, selalu bareng aja.
Always together. I'm wondering, who is Igel? Who is Igel? Siapa?
Apa?
Siapa Igelnya?
Dut.
Our captain is Dut.
I think Deuce is going to be a very great captain, and also they trust that captain so much. Okay, so Alex, since you can see your whole family and your whole RQ Kingdom right here, do you have any words you want to send to them?
Untuk keluarga yang nonton dan untuk Kingdoms yang ada di sini, apa yang mau kamu bilang untuk mereka?
Ya buat yang dukung RRQ, terutama Kingdom, selalu support aja lah, soalnya matchnya belum berakhir. Jadi kita mungkin ada beberapa buyah lagi mungkin.
Mungkin ada beberapa buyah, amin ya. For everyone, especially our RQ Kingdom, keep support us and maybe we can get more buyah in the match.
I'm really looking forward to it, because today, our grand final today, with everyone here is so heat. I feel the heart here, so hype, and I really love the atmosphere right here. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now, let's head back to the caster and fight for legacy!
Everybody's definitely fighting for legacy out there. I mean, the hustle is unbelievable. Mind-blowing start at Bermuda. Purgatory, the teams just could not maintain their consistency, which is fantastic, which is great. Falcons, I'm not cursing you. I just want to have a unpredictable end to this grand finals. I don't care who lifts the trophy at the end of the day. I just want a great storyline, right? And at this point of time, it is an amazing storyline that is being built, because no longer do we only get stuck with one region dominating the top. We have got the Indonesians making not just a little bit, but massive amounts of noise. That pulls in 7 eliminations, 1,602 damage. That makes this a very efficient round for him. 2 assists overall. And in the grand scheme of things, this team did just enough to catch up to the top.
Yeah, as the IGL nonetheless, right? Like, we have always had dudes in our spotlight, but to see him kind of improve steadily over the seasons, over the tournaments they've seen it in, this is again could be his shining moment once more. Regardless of which Indonesian team wins this, it's going to be history anyways. But imagine if it's RRQ, right? Like the longest standing team, one of the most well-known name, and the kingdom brings it back for its people. That would itself write its own story. Again, the loadout for RRQ Kazu this time slightly different. They opted to take a Skylar instead of running for a 4 Tatsuya. So the idea is still the same, but the application with that Skylar, I think, was a big part of how they survived until the final round. Because you can't work with 4 Tatsuyas, especially when you don't have much cover to work with.
You can when you're trolling out there, right? If you really want to play a good solid game of Free Fire, you have to throw the Skylar into Ma'al's hands. I mean, look at the work that he does out there, right? 4 eliminations, 4 assists, 5 knockdowns in total. And we saw how many times those Riptide Rhythms distributed so much of agony on that battlefield, just constantly exposing those teams to all of his shots. And he most definitely worked it really well. Attack all around, though, having 2 of their players on the elimination leaderboard. 7 eliminations for Limit X7. Okay, I like that. 5 for Jump God, just between themselves. Just massive number of points there. So great recovery from Attack all around. 7 from Dud still puts him on that number 2 spot. Koja and Dix shows up for Bigatron Delta. Overall, once again, we still do see Indonesia giving the other regions a lot of problems and a lot to think about.
Especially Bigatron Delta, just the Hall of Fame itself, they already have 10 eliminations, right? It's not even including the total stats. But we got key players of this round. Limit, again, the most elims. We got Nameless with the most damage dealt. And Ma'al, just like round number 1, destroyed the most glue walls, doubling the amount of glue walls that he destroyed.
I don't know what sort of record he's trying to go for here, but with the Riptide Rhythm that he brings in here, he just knows exactly where to focus all of those shots, right? Great stuff with the active skill, but we have to take a look at how Attack All Around still managed to walk away with a number 1 spot, all thanks to their massive elimination count this time round. And it was the position that they held with that high ground advantage that allowed them to snipe quite a number of players in that final sequence of battle. RRQ with the Booyah still in that second spot. Twisted Minds with the pressure up top to climb the overall leaderboard. Towards the bottom, you have got EVOS Divine, Hua Esports, and GOW really clunking out in Purgatory.
Let's say overall standings, Falcons still in first place, but no longer safe. RRQ Kazu close behind, 45 points, tied with BTR, also 45 points. And then you got Attack All Around, Heavy, and Twisted Minds. BRU still quite a distance away, but nothing a good round cannot fix.
Yeah, I mean, 2 very bad rounds for Buriram. They started off with 17. They are currently at 26, which means they have an average of 4.5 points per game. Never have I ever seen Buriram hit an average of 4.5. So they definitely need to pull a recovery. And what better map to get that done other than Alpine, a map where they most definitely dominate.
Yeah, the craziest thing is that this is the first time I see that BRU after 2 rounds have the second lowest elimination in the entire 6 round sequence, right? So yeah, again, we talked about this. We haven't gotten to their best map yet. Alpine is coming up and they have some time to think about this. So if they show up on Alpine, we're going to reset the entire dynamics of the grand finals.
They usually hit an average of 20 points in Alpine, which is insane, right? 7 Booyahs thus far. The closest ones to them in terms of performance at Alpine, though, is a little bit of a threat. It's RRQ, 5 booyahs in hand thus far, 16 average points. Even if Buriram does get to that first spot, RRQ performs as they usually do here. It's still not going to put Buriram at that number 1 spot just yet. But of course, we will have to wait and see exactly how that one pans out in game number 3. For the time being, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, this chaos continues.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena BTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena WTR udah pasti ngalahin Falcon.
Let's go!
Let's go!
The fight for legacy continues here at the FFWS Fall Season Grand Finals. We've got 4 more rounds to go before a new chapter of Free Fire will be written for Southeast Asia. You're here with us. My name is Husky, and right beside me, of course, is the mustachio AJ as we prep ourselves with our coat to go to Alpine for round 3.
Absolutely. Of course, it is going to be cold, but I think there's going to be quite a bit of heat generated for some of these hustles, some of these rivalries between these teams, because I know they're going to be feuding. Obviously, there's a little bit of infighting between the Indonesians themselves. They all want those points. Bigatron Delta up against RRQ. That fight eventually is going to go down. And Falcons themselves putting out so much of heat, especially in that first game where they secured a massive booyah, close to 40 points in terms of dominance, and everything once we thought was already out of hand, RRQ managed to find that recovery for everyone out there.
Absolutely. And even though BTR didn't find the booyah in game 1, they still did not that bad, right? I mean, they had 17 head start points, and you couple that up with the points that they've gotten in the past 2 rounds, it still puts them in 3rd place, tied out with RQ. The only difference maker being that RQ have a booyah. So if we ever come down to a tiebreaker, then we'll look at the booyah amount. But either way, top 6 look incredibly close, but it starts breaking off at the 7th spot, which is currently held by BRU, but I will not put it past them. They still have a good chance of coming back, especially on this map where they have too much points.
Amen. They have too many of those points. 7 booyahs thus far in the competition. 158 placement points, 234 eliminations for a total of 392 points. Securing an average of 21 points every time they hit Alpine as a map. That consistency is out of this world. I mean, look at this. The closest performance to them at Alpine is RRQ, and they only have 279 points. More than 100 points difference. That is mind-blowing. But in the overall grand scheme of things, like we mentioned earlier, we can take these stats, we can throw it out of the window. But if you're a Buriram fan, you're hoping and praying that this is the only stat we don't throw out of the window. This is the only stat we keep that could still keep this team alive. Because if Buriram flunks once again, they are going to get kicked out of the school.
Yeah, this map is going to literally make or break BRU, right? If they get a good round, they're right back in the race. But if they get taken out early again, like the first 2 rounds, they would probably still have a chance, but it would have to be the comeback of a lifetime. So you can't really drop the ball anymore. I think they've used up their extra lives. You know, you play a lot of retro video games, you only got 3 lives, not 9. So in this case, they're down to the last legs. But when you look at the head-to-head of Limit from Attack All Around and Dudes from RRQ, they are almost on the same level. The only difference maker being the damage dealt.
Yeah, that's just a little bit more efficient with the shots. Limit, on the other hand, obviously putting out more of those damage out there. Most probably because he is the sniper. He's literally tagging up so many players across the battlefield, not really getting those assists or eliminations because they're merely just damage. They don't really translate much apart from just warning shots to a lot of these players out there on the battlefield. That's on the other hand, obviously, if he finds you, he's going to annihilate you the moment he spots you. Because RRQ is the kind of team that's most of the time just sticking together, right? He knows he's got that backup. It's just like watching Buriram in high-octane battles and Wasana's just running through the opponents. That's pretty much that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see how this turns out. Again, all eyes are on BRU to make a recovery on one of their best maps. No team have been able to consistently best them on Alpine, and even if they do, BRU strikes back. And the fact that they had close to 400 points on Alpine from the knockout stage really does show you how good they are. Almost a quarter of the total points they have from the knockout stage is from Alpine alone.
That's pretty much like a guarantee that if they cannot survive here and make some sort of a recovery happen, then it is gonna be downhill for sure. WAG up against AG Global, and then a little bit later on up against Hua Esports, and then potentially a little bit later on up against Bigatron Delta. What are these players even doing? The only ones capable of surviving this onslaught is going to be WAG because of the split drop.
Man, I can't imagine how this is going to turn out. It's the same duo again. AG Global and Hua Esports refusing to let go of one another. And then you have a random WAG guy. Okay, maybe not just one. Two of them playing scout. Maybe they could interfere with this. Bigatron Delta just holding their breath nearby. Maybe they can intercept this, right? They're moving forward slowly but surely. Hua taking out AG Global, but they're trading blows right now. Two members of Hua down on the ground. Hua confirming the eliminations, and that gives them an advantage.
Couple of more shots required just moments ago to get that knock, but they actually slow down the pace to focus on the recovery. Shin and Death both picked up. And they do manage to patch themselves right back up. What a glue wall from Yan Ben. Tatsuya burst keeps him alive. The Rebel Rush sometimes, is just exactly what a man needs to continue fighting.
Oh, yeah. For AG Global, this is... What? They just got knocked out? Okay. Not even a chance for recovery. A disaster for AG Global. It seems like what we said in game 1 is starting to come true. You give them a bad start, they just struggle to pick themselves back up. And it's Hua Esports who has managed to find recovery. Poppy and the rest of his team trying to take on BTR, but Koja does not want to try forward. Raishin gets knocked down as well. Hua doesn't really have much health to work with. And sure, they find Koja, but they lost 2 in the process.
Bigatron Delta trying to make some noise here, but all they get is a little task to play that revival. WAG dropping back to say hello once again. Hua Esports on the rotation out. Poppy and Yanbin. They need some extra coins here, but Expo arriving at the most unfortunate of time here. Unfortunate for Hua Esports. Unfortunately, they're rotating around to the wrong side here. So it's going to have a little bit of a lifeline, and the revives come through in the nick of time before they get into this scuffle.
Oh, yeah. See, feels like this might drag out, right? Because Hua just got the full revive. WAG knows that they have to fight this. You can see the electrotherapy as well. So this 1v2 clutch is going to be infinitely harder for Alan. He has to pick his fight properly. If X4 can get death, this will be a good start, but he's not landing the necessary shots. That buys a lot of time for the rest of Hua Esports to kind of recompose. That's the Riptide Rhythm out, so X4 just lost 2 of his glue walls. Death is in the red. If Alan can sniff him out, that's going to be another free point for WAG.
Nobody uses the Wukong, but when push comes to shove, turning into a bush definitely helps. And a good play by WAG here. That circle around just managed to take out yet another player from the side of Hua. X-Ball from up top. That pressure just can't be played against Shin just yet. They want to focus on the 2 players right down below them, Poppy and Yanbin. But they're not getting very aggressive. WAG still waiting for Hua Esports to make a mistake so they can take advantage instead of rushing in blindly.
Oh, yeah. So WAG now gets a bit of the control. The rest of Hua, I think they can slow it down for sure. Plenty of points to start it off. You don't want to throw it away by finishing, bottom 2, right? And the lack of placement points would kind of be a damper on the momentum built. For GOW, it's all about pushing forward, trying to find the members of attack all around. But with Demon getting shot just like that, they might have to pump the brakes a little bit with Evo's Divine nearby.
A sea of blue logos right here at Malaysia. It's definitely going to be a war between the 3 as to which one holds the blue a little bit better. GOW up against EVOS Divine. But unfortunately, EVOS Divine is going to be pulled apart here into separate battles. And the numbers game will play at disadvantage, but Gade does manage to find Iza, so it's a huge one for EVOS. And the duo on the opposite side, up against 3 players from the side of Attack All Around. This looks like it might be rough, but the launch pad used by Attack All Around, EVOS Divine just got away from a massive potential blow that they could have faced.
Yeah. So GOW makes a detour, breaks away from attack all around, and EVOS Divine as Hua Esports also go off on their own, slowing down the game a little bit. Most of the teams didn't really have much to work with. Hua Esports subbing in Poppy, and Trikin unfortunately will have to be on the bench for now, but for the greater good, as Hua Esports desperately needs a bit of recovery.
They work around with this sort of a position. Heavy, taking heavy fire from Wasana. Very aggressive, pushes on forward. But Kabi's just not in a spot to save him just yet. That FGL shot does not find the connection onto anyone. Rotates around the right-hand side of the wall. Kabi is in position, but Jonah with a god nade out of nowhere to tag up Nice, and Wasana a little disappointed he could not find the first player. Switches on his cursor towards another and will find one. The crosshairs definitely on point for Buriram this time around. 3 players out of 4 knocked out. Heavy in a lot of trouble unless they can hit a revive.
Yeah, I just found 4 eliminations. That's a good start. And BRU putting out a kill order. And they really want to kind of speed things up a bit more. Also, some fun fact for Wasana. #1 assist. Reached 300 assists in the FFWS SEA FALL. So not just a fragger, but at the same time, a very good teammate.
Man's doing so much work out there. Sitting on 304 assists right now. In fact, all the players from the side of Buriram have got more than 200 assists each. How insane is that?
Truly playing as a team.
Goodness me. If only they can actually make that translate here on the finals, it would mean so much more. Other teams are hustling a little bit more though. One of those teams, RRQ, Razor and the Drogon. 137 eliminations thus far, 180 knockdowns. And wishes he had the kind of assists like Buriram.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think even for the member on the side of BRU with the least assists, it again is over 200. Let's see. RRQ so far has been very quiet. Look at the leaderboard. At least in terms of points, 6 elims for Hua. The most, GOW is finding another one on the BTR. But this still makes, again, it might just build into the finale like game *1. GOW wants to speed it up, but the rush, unfortunately, fell flat a little bit. Iza loses his life. BTR gets to stop the aggression for now.
GOW in a lot of trouble. Here comes WAG as well, rotating straight towards them. As GOW peels away from Bigatron Delta, looking for that vending machine for the revive. This one player is going to get caught out. Diane in a lot of trouble. 3 players from WAG have already arrived. Demon keeping an eye on Bigatron Delta. GOW, do you have a safe play right here, right now? Diane getting out, spots 2 players and then runs right back in. They know now they are in trouble.
Yeah, GOW really in a tight spot. Again, they kind of missed out EWC, right, by a small fraction. And imagine if they miss out again, finishing 10th once more in this finals, it would be a double heartbreak. But chances are a lot more higher, I feel like, for fall season, right? For GOW with how they perform. So far, they haven't been all that convincing, and they gotta prove it. But this one is gonna be important for both BRU and EVOS.
Who gets the first shot? Scrambled apart on the battlefield here. EVOS Divine will be at a huge disadvantage if Buriram catches one of their players. As I say that, Jonah actually peels away to watch the back lines here and potentially catch up with Moshi so they can play this 2-2 duo on the push. Moshi needs that backup. He spots out Gade with the Groza in hand. Actually, the whole squad of Buriram catching up, making sure they have got each other's backs here.
Oh, yeah. See, for BRU, they know that how important this is. EVOS Divine, not a team that they want to mess with too much. Especially when in the first 2 rounds, they have been wiped out by both Indonesian and Thai teams. Dinoculus used first.
Ooh.
Doesn't find any scan. That's a very hard read on that far edge. So they know that there's a chance that EVOS Divine are still lurking nearby. And now EVOS make the rotation.
Smart.
It's catching the right timing. Uh-oh, maybe not.
Out of the pan, into the fire perhaps for EVOS Divine. They've already been having a rough day. If Bigatron Delta now starts firing at them, this could just be over. Attack all around will not think twice to jump into this battle. But Bigatron Delta exits the area. Oh, EVOS Divine, they have no idea how lucky they just got.
Yeah, really bit of stroke of luck. Let's save him out. He sits back up. The horizon line brings it up in time to get away from Diamond before he gets taken out. And now Diamond and Nameless, they gotta stick together. Diamond is the target to go down, but Exposy supports him. Juice with a good nade. Razor with a Bison. They take down 2 members of Twisted Minds. As Sunside now gets absolutely chaotic. The solar panel is really providing a lot of different elevation and labyrinth for these teams to work around. Exposy desperately looking for Deuce IGL. Traded back, Saming with a mini Uzi in hand. Goes to 1v1. Naraku Kazu falls. And Twisted Minds stay alive.
Too early of an exit for RRQ. That just secured the booyah for Indonesia. Sitting on that second spot with 45 points, 2 points behind Falcons. Now they can't catch up, and Falcons, this is the time they can run away. If they can get into this next circle, they are most definitely going to be get capped by 3 decent teams. Hua Esports Attack All Around and Buriram. This does not look good for Falcons. They need a launch pad. And they literally need to launch their careers into the opposite side of this next circle. It's going to take a lot of work.
They might hold off on the launch pad for now because that UAV got shot down and they know it's definitely not Attack All Around. So there's a third team there, and that team is BRU. And Falcons, they will fall back. Have to play with the blue zone. Hua Esports just showed up. Maybe Falcons can take advantage of this.
Yeah, they've got a vehicle in here as well to really cut the distance between themselves as well as the 2 teams in front of them. Hua and...
UAV scan.
Does it scan anyone? Scans out 2 players. 3 players on the side of Buriram. Okay, they get that. And the area is pretty clear. They take that backstab position right behind Buriram, but Buriram sees them flying on in, opening shots up against Falcons. This is going to pique the curiosity of Hua Esports as well, but Hua has got their own battle to deal with. Attack all around in the vicinity. Moshi finding the connection onto 2 players. No knocks coming on through just yet, forcing them to use their medkits.
They just revealed themselves to at least 2 teams. I know Hua Esports definitely saw that because Def was scouting out. GOW also in the vicinity. EVOS Divine definitely can be the gatekeepers, but BRU, they can start making their moves. This is going to be tight. 4 teams in that area. Attack All Around will have to intercept this. Heavy leaves it. They shoot past it into the Bigatron Delta. So it's BRU somehow finding a compound with Hua Esports and Attack All Around outside.
Oh, Heavy with a triple revive. 2 players just got shot out of the air. Attack All Around, on the other hand, were the first ones to get to this defensive spot, but with the rotation Buriram pulled off here, they have a advantageous spot. Jump guard, knocked down to the ground. Get High secures the elimination after Shin puts in a little bit of work. Ekal steals away 1 point. Hua Esports with another knock, but they don't get the point. Ekal steals away another 1. Come on, Bigatron Delta just preying on the hard work of the other teams. But that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here at the grand finals. You gotta be quick with those knocks and eliminations.
Exactly. I mean, BRU somehow snuck themselves into the center. Oh my god, BTR just hot dropping into the compound of Heavy. The BRU definitely sees this. Hua knows. In fact, I think Falcons making that move puts them in such a safe spot.
Attack All Around, they were just in a rough spot. Buriram literally just toasting all of them with that high ground advantage. Get Nice just got back in. He's got a secondary. There's nothing he can do up against Buriram. He just tries to play for those placement points. But I love the way Bigatron Delta just took the biggest risk of this match, and they were unscathed as they took a defensive spot for themselves. Now they just have to hope and pray this next circle actually looks for them.
And GOW just lost 2 members, right? WAG just absolutely blasting them. Dian and Demon no longer part of the equation. And look at Team Falcons. The fact that they were able to go to the western side of the circle puts them in a very good spot. They're uncontested at this point of time. Twisted Minds against EVOS Divine. This is a crucial fight for both of them.
Circle's probably going to move towards Twisted Minds as well as EVOS Divine. But out here in the open grounds, it's going to be torturous.
Oh,
so
no.
we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens here. 1 player down on the side of EVOS. And Twisted Minds gets the pickup. Hey, Max! Oh, God! On the cross, WAG interfering in this fight. Twisted Minds still securing those points, though. EVOS Divine not looking good at all. G'day desperately trying to go in here for the pickup. 2-man strong, but they've been dropped now just to 1. EVOS Divine can't really do much. Falcons now out of nowhere. The FGL from the opposite side of the battlefield, but the recovery is still there for Twisted Minds. The Thai team trying to stay alive.
And WAG is going to wipe the floor with them if they don't do something about it, because WAG, they know that there's more than 1 team, but they are going straight for it. Starting with EVOS Divine. Where are you going to go? EVOS Divine takes a launch pad. Very risky move, but it's a Hail Mary attempt. They make it to safety for now, and 1 more decides to take out Diamond. So now Twisted Minds next on the chopping block. This WAG moves on forward. One more takes down Saming. The entire foundation is crumbling for WAG. Saming will not make it out, but the rest of his teammates find shelter for now. And now Falcons will have to take on the fight.
Aggressive WAG, but they don't get anything out of that. Beautiful stuff. EVOS Divine finally out. Bigatron Delta seems like this will be their final resting place. Stormed by the team of Buriram. Twisted Minds has got Exposi in here as well. Dix desperately trying to get away, get nice spots him out. He goes down. Bigatron Delta has pretty much been crippled.
Bigatron Delta knocked out 3 teams, wiped out in an instant. BRU 10 eliminations so far in the double-digit. Falcons, they want this spot of WAG. They know how valuable it is. It's gonna help them against BRU.
Wow.
And also Hua. Falcons on fire in the midst of things, in the thick of it. Needs his team to support him. Here comes the shot. One more, finding one, but on fire on the ground. One more, needs a lot more. And Karoro will step up when the team needs it the most. This is Pandemonium at the edge of the circle. Krillin with the back to fall, puts up the glue wall, instantly gets shattered by the Riptide Rhythm as one more will not stand any longer. Falcons members all in the red, but they somehow are still hanging on.
Karoro needs to find the recovery here. Alan can't really do much. He's got the health on him. The hop up on the shoulder. Alan waiting for his opportunity. Tatsuya with the Rebel Rush for the flank. Peter goes down, but Alan traded out by Karoro. The survivor still managing it. Horizon line was there, but still outnumbered. Goodness me, what a play from WAG overall.
BRU and Hua, 2 full squads. They're gonna fight each other. BRU, they might try to take away where Falcons is, just to eliminate the third party. And BRU, they're gonna beeline towards that. But Jonah gets sniped. Peter with the nade, intercepting Jonah's path. And that just put BRU in a rough spot. They're down to just 2, and Falcons, they're gonna back off. Let Hua Esports do the work. Peter with another nade in hand. Karoro, he's gonna be the front line, the vanguard for Falcons. The strategy to back off. Even the trip mine is pulled out. Moshi gets dropped by Peter again. And Hua's gonna swoop in and try and take him out.
Moshi once again, Horizon line perfection. Brings himself right back up. Wasana all alone. Hua Esports currently dead last on the overall leaderboard here at the Grand Finals. Are making a big play. They've got the highest potential win rate here. It's the only team with 4 men. But the teams that they take on, the 2 Thai giants, are no slouches. Karoro tagged up. Here comes Poppy. Riptide Rhythm from Buriram. Just messing with the defenses of Hua Esports, exposing them instantly. Peter with the shots, but the Drogon can't find the full connection just yet. And the full team of Hua Esports just storms the front. Wasana trying to cut down the distance to go in for the final shutdown. Will have to back away as the fences protect Hua Esports. Wasana now with the left-hand side flank. Moshi goes down. A 3v1. Wasana down. Hua Esports does the impossible. Dead last, but number 1 in Alpine.
Would have been BRU. They were so close, but Falcons stopped that from ever happening. Peter, the first nade to knock out Jonah, put BRU in a rough spot with a man disadvantage. A second one to take Moshi out, completely disrupting the plan of BRU, trying to rotate towards Falcons to find a safe spot. And while all of that was happening, Hua Esports, 4-man strong electrotherapy, connecting the front lines together, just running down the remnants of the Thai teams. And that is a big boon for Vietnam. Finally, one of the teams has stepped up, and it's none other than the team that set the bar high during the knockout stage.
17 games played at Alpine. Hua Esports only had 1 booyah from that 17. And at the Grand Finals, they show up strong, making sure that one of their weak maps is no longer a problem for them to deal with. Fantastic stuff overall. Unexpected performance here at the Grand Finals for Hua Esports. And the recovery is real from dead last. They should be able to put themselves somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard. We don't know what that is like. But with Falcons making it to the final circle, they will continue to be number 1.
To be number 1, and I wonder how much eliminations they have, because Falcons they were not as active as they were compared to the previous 2 rounds, right? Most of the time they were trying to just survive. They made a lot of fun decisions for sure. Macro-wise, big props to Falcons. It was what led them to the final circle. The only reason for the downfall was just that they were completely outnumbered by the sheer firepower of Hua Esports. So aside from that, I think Falcons are still safe, but Hua getting 15 eliminations and a booyah, that's a big 27 points.
I mean, amazing, right? If only Hua can pull this off yet again, they should be able to book their ticket to fly into Brazil. And that is going to be huge for the brand. It would truly be a solid comeback after a long, long time for the roster. And for the brand, that decided to support this roster, obviously they're going to be really proud as well as to what sort of an impact they've been able to make in such a short time. RRQ, though, I mean, a booyah and then an early exit here at Alpine surely can't be doing them all that too well.
Oh yeah, even for BRU, right? Like, sure, they make it to the final circle, but I do wonder how many eliminations they had. I know they definitely a double digit. And how close does it put them, to the top 3? Because they entered Alpine with only 20 plus points. Not really in the best position. So those eliminations will be very crucial for BRU. How much they can steal away. Being able to put themselves in the center of the circle somehow. Sneaking by multiple squads, which in of itself is a big feat.
Yeah, and they were the reason why Attack All Around went down. Great rotations coming through, using that high ground advantage, not really waiting for the final battle sequence, but picking up whatever points they could get. Obviously, not everybody's going to get super lucky, but it was a good recovery overall in the grand scheme of things for Buriram on their strongest map. We expected a booyah. They got close enough to it. I'll take that as a win. We've got 3 more games for them to now catch up with that number 1 spot. It's not going to be easy because, you've got Falcons on a beautiful consistency as far as performance is concerned.
And the fact that we are now past the halfway point of the grand finals, right? Like, certain teams might have been locked out from championship already and now are just fighting for qualifications to Brazil, which, to be very honest, isn't that hard. 9 out of 12 spots is all you need. Just need top 9. But for now, let's listen to what Vietnam's representatives, Hua Esports, have to say about that booyah.
And finally, that is a booyah for Vietnam team. Welcome Hua Esports. Right next to me is Yanbin from Hua Esports. Xin chào Yanbin. Bạn có biết là Yusu đã chờ nghe tiếng Việt trên sân khấu từ rất là lâu rồi không ạ? Lên. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to our first question. Yanbin, I know that you have been struggling a lot with your health issues and also of the situation you have been through with Indo team and Thai team. How would you and your team manage to pass through it? Yanbin ơi, mình biết là tất cả các đội tuyển Việt Nam đã đều gặp những vấn đề sự cố về sức khỏe, cũng như là mình đã có những cái khoảng thời gian rất là khó khăn đối với các đội tuyển như là Indo và Thái Lan. Thì không biết là Yanbin cùng với đồng đội của mình đã vượt qua được những cái hoàn cảnh đó như thế nào vậy ạ?
Do mình đã từng bắn đi Indo mấy mùa trước rồi, cho nên là mình rút kinh nghiệm.
Mấy mùa trước là cụ thể là bao nhiêu mùa ta?
Một mùa ESL.
Okay, ESL. So Yanbin and his team has been through together in a tournament in Indonesia as well, which is ESL. So they know what to do and they gain experience from it. So that's why they can come through it and here kick it with a booyah.
Mereka pernah datang ke Indonesia untuk ESL. Jadi itu adalah sebuah pengalaman yang berharga untuk mereka sehingga mereka bisa bermain di hari ini. So, what's your difficulty? Because you not booyah in the 2 days for point brush.
Không biết là đội tuyển của mình đã gặp phải những cái khó khăn gì ở trong 2 ngày thi đấu của Point Rush Stage vậy ạ? Mà đến tận bây giờ thì mình mới có được cái chiến thắng đầu tiên.
2 ngày đầu thì bọn mình sẽ nhảy test khu cũng như là điểm nhảy của các đội.
Không phải là gặp khó khăn gì đúng không ạ? Chứ không phải là gặp khó khăn gì đâu đúng không ạ?
Dạ đúng rồi.
They are not having any difficulties. They are just testing all of other teams and also their jumping place.
An adaptation?
Excuse me?
An adaptation? Is it difficulty for?
No.
Oh no.
Not at all.
Not at all. Mereka nggak punya kesulitan apapun di point rush. Mungkin memang ada beberapa hal yang ngebuat mereka nggak dapetin booyah. Tapi untuk sejauh ini mereka nggak ngalamin kesulitan apapun.
Actually, I feel really happy that Hua Esports, they finally got their booyah as our Vietnamese team as well. So, Yanbin, before I let you go back to your seat, do you have any words you want to send to the Vietnamese viewer and everyone right now? Thì Yusun xin phép được hỏi Yanbin câu hỏi cuối cùng và sẽ để Yanbin quay lại khu vực thi đấu của mình. Yanbin có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả Việt Nam cũng như là tất cả mọi người đang ở đây không ạ?
Các bạn hãy ủng hộ tay mình sẽ không làm các bạn thất vọng. Yeah.
Please continue to support us and we will not let you down.
Kita tunggu untuk game-game selanjutnya dan tetap support kita untuk di turnamen kali ini.
Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Yanbin và Hua Esports đã đạt được booyah đầu tiên của mình ở trong cái đội tuyển Việt Nam. Và Yusu tin rằng cú booyah đầu tiên của khu vực Việt Nam này sẽ thức tỉnh những đội tuyển Việt Nam khác. Và cố lên nhé tất cả mọi người. Fighting! Thank you so much for watching our interview. Fight for legacy! Let's head back to the caster and next for our game.
All right, now it's truly game on because every single region has gotten one booyah. Now, who will get the repeat, or at least which region will start to rise from this point onwards? Just nice because we just again got past the halfway point. It is the Wild West from this point onwards. One more Nexterra, one more Kalahari, and a random map to really spin the wheel and maybe bless some of these teams.
Fun fact is Heavy is currently the best performing Vietnamese squad. They have the second most placement points picked up in comparison to all of the other teams. Obviously, Falcon in that #1 spot thanks to their consistency, but for Heavy to be able to be pulling in stats like this on the most important day shows us that this competition is pretty much, open for all, right? Anybody can come up to the top, and as long as they can maintain a decent performance, they should be able to steamroll over their opponents. I mean, if you can pull off a Falcon like what they did there at Bermuda, you can pretty much win out the competition right here, right now. But the question is, can Falcons get it done on Kalahari right after this?
I mean, if they can, then they put themselves back in that driver's seat again, right? Falcons still have a very nice, very comfortable lead to work with for now, but it's not as big as they were used to in that game #1. So something I think Team Falcons need to be a lot more careful of. At least for Hua Esports, they've given themselves a breathing chance.
Let's take a look at the MVP of the game, Mr. Yanbin. 6 eliminations strong, 2,624 on the damage, 5 assists. This is the Hua Esports we were hyping up on week 1 that we wanted to see all throughout the knockout stage. We did not get it because of the inconsistent plays they brought in. Hopefully they have managed to find that solution for the inconsistency, because being consistent on the most important day here can only serve them well. What does it give them? It gives them a slot at the global stage as well as a decent slice of this pie. Who knows? I mean, 3 more games, they pull off what they did in week 1, we could even see them as champions.
Yeah, that's a scary thought. I would say it's ambitious, maybe a year ago, but right now they're making it look very possible. But again, consistency, right? What? They have some monstrous rounds, and they were rounds where you could see hope, but closing it out is a completely different story.
Yeah.
And we are back in the same spot again. Can they repeat that? Because if they cannot, then it really doesn't matter. Like, this booyah puts them on the spotlight, and if they fade away in the next 15 minutes, then we are back to where we started.
And we have seen them fade away in lesser than 15 minutes in the past. So I'm a tad bit worried for the squad for sure. But at the end of the day, what's important is they've hit their booyah on the most important day of their comeback career thus far. This team Flash that has been rebranded as Hua Esports with that backup seems to be a different sort of monster altogether. But to see Vietnam in the grand scheme of things keep that pressure up against Indonesia and Vietnam is, truly a beautiful sight indeed. 5 eliminations here for Death, but Yanbin actually takes it away with the most on his side.
Oh yeah, and again, Hua was putting themselves on the radar. Even Alan from WAG, I think WAG overall could be a big difference maker because they've had they have a good day so far. Like, they haven't gotten a booyah, they haven't really finished, top 3, but they have always keep themselves on the map, right? And I think that is something that over time, in the second half, if the teams overlook it, you might just see WAG slowly creep up.
I agree. And, at this point of time, WAG is doing better than EVOS Divine, GOW, and AG Global. My God. Husky, I never thought I would say that, right? AG Global has been having a unfortunate run here in the competition. 3 maps in, they've got an average of 4 points per game.
Oof. I don't know what to say to that. 4 points. Not that great. Not that great. They can still step up for sure. I think the pressure right now would probably be on teams that have won before, right? Teams that have been at the top. I think BRU definitely is going to start feeling the heat. Sure, they got a good round, but no booyah just yet. And they're not in the safe zone, not in the clear. Key players this round, we got BRU Moshi there with the most damage, Alan with the most lockdowns, Yanbin with the most eliminations. But I think when we move into Kalahari, it is uncomfortable territory for a lot of these teams. And if this is the map that, goes to Indonesia and they do it again, we are going to see a lot of teams trying to play catch up with the final 2 rounds.
And when you look at Kalahari, obviously you're looking at the Thai teams, and not every single Thai team has been making a lot of noise. Once again, AG Global has been having a rough day out there. Let's take a look at the points here, because they brought in nothing in this game here at Alpine. It's unfortunate. Hua Esports, on the other hand, 27 points for a Vietnamese team, grabbing the Booyah as well. This is huge. The first team to grab Booyah for Vietnam. And WAG wasn't too far away from that Booyah themselves. Buriram, though, this was that game of recovery from them. And yeah, we kind of saw it coming in terms of them being able to do well, but not finding this Booyah could just mess them up quite a little bit, because they have quite a number of points to catch up with.
But Falcons will be happy because RQ Kazu got knocked out pretty early, right? Only getting 1 point, and Falcons getting 15. Bigatron Delta will catch up just a little bit. I think that's good news for them. Biggest winners, probably BRU and BRU Hua and WAG, but especially Hua Esports, right? It keeps them in the conversation as we head over to Nexterra to Kalahari in just a little bit.
At this point, 3 out of 4 teams are being kept in the conversation here for the global stage. GOW is the only one that hasn't really hustled and climbed a little bit yet. Either way, there's a high probability 3 teams from Vietnam makes it through, which is insane. I don't think we have ever had a global stage where 3 teams from Vietnam is showing up with potential to cause quite a bit of disruption there as well, right? I mean, if they can get it done here on the Southeast Asian level, getting it done once again on the global level shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. I mean, you've got massive amount of competition here as far as the global stage is concerned.
Especially when you only need to be in top 9 thanks to Falcons, most likely going to be in top 8 anyway. So that slot's going to go to the 9th placement team.
Yeah.
Only bottom 3 is not going to make it through. Like, odds are pretty good. So if you are in the bottom 3 and you don't make it to global, that really does show that maybe you're just not good enough for the rest of the competition, right? I think that's the harsh reality. But for now, you look at the recap, all 3 regions got a Booyah back home, and this is going to be the final lap for all of these teams. Even teams without Booyah still stand a good chance.
Oh, I have no idea what to anticipate here on the final 3 games that we've got on the day. But let's take a look at the top performing teams at the very least for Kalahari. Buriram United Esports, Twisted Minds, Falcons. Once again, it is the Thai squad. And the team with the most number of Booyahs here is actually Twisted Minds with a total of 4 to their name. But Falcons and Buriram, not a stranger to this map. This makes them a great threat indeed for the Indonesian region, especially 2 teams, Bigatron, RRQ, who are looking for the #1 spot on home soil.
Yeah. Again, another map that BRU is superb on, but this one, our top 3 teams are from Thailand, which ironically only Twisted Minds have been struggling a bit more compared to BRU and Falcons. I mean, I wouldn't even say BRU has been doing the best, right? Like, one map is not going to change what people feel about them, especially looking at the first 2 rounds. But if BRU can claw back on Kalahari, I think this would again give people the hope that they have a BRU back. But Kalahari was also the kingmaker map for Team Falcons back on EWC, right? The 2 Kalahari maps that they got in the grand finals, they got the Booyah. So if anything, if Team Falcons gets the Booyah somehow on this map, we might really just see history repeats.
I mean, 3 huge tournaments back to back to be the back-to-back champion of Southeast Asia. My God, I mean, Falcons are on the verge of making history. And Wasana is about to continue the Wasana curse, bro. I will need to catch up on that one in a little bit. Let's take a look at the grenades here. 365 tossed by Mr. Jonah. 309 by Dutz. 247 by Koja. Yes, of course, Koja is a little bit further away. But the fact of the matter is, RRQ and Bigatron Delta are pretty proficient with these grenade uses.
Yeah, Jonah is the one that uses the grenade the most, right? Very efficient. But dude's catching up, and even then Koja is not even close, man. But still, I think overall we've seen these utilities make a lot of that difference, especially for dudes. You don't really see him get much knocks with grenades, but the utility that it provides kind of goes beyond incapacitating your enemies. And I think in this case, he's using it a lot more just for that zone control, contrary to Jonah, who is trying to land that, that 3-pointer on his enemies. But I think in this situation, with how the grand finals has gone so far, that those glue wall melters feel so much more valuable, considering how we have a lot of these compound sieges, a lot of these open area defenses. We see a lot of teams picking up the glue wall melters and the Riptide Rhythm a lot more than the frag grenades.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, obviously the damage towards those glue walls is going to be really important, especially in the final battle sequence. But we can't take anything away from Koja. Yes, his numbers do not measure up to what Jonah can bring into the game, but we have to also acknowledge that Buriram and RRQ were dominating the knockout stages, whereas Bigatron Delta, they were just on research mode, right? They were just doing their experiments, trying to figure out exactly what sort of teams they can take on early game, what kind of rotations they can fix onto. So they weren't really looking for these numbers. When they did start looking for numbers, though, in Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals, I think, pulling up those stats individually could make a huge difference. We don't have that on hand, unfortunately, at this point of time, but I'm pretty sure he is doing a slightly better job than these boys. Bigatron Delta has made so much of noise thus far, even more. In fact, more than both Buriram and RRQ.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know. I feel like RRQ is a bit more shaky from what from the just the first 3 rounds, right? I know the Kingdom. They are one of the biggest fanatics. Not in a bad way. I know that they've been wanting to see RRQ succeed. And if you ask me, if I want an Indonesian team to walk away with the very first trophy since the inception of MSC, the first one I would think of is definitely RRQ, right? Like they are the mainstay names. They are the flag bearers, I think, of Indonesian esports. But like I said, Bigatron Delta not too far behind, right? They call them the robots for a reason, and they're working like a well-oiled machine. But we also got these 3 individuals who are working just as fine on their own.
I mean, look at Mr. One More out there, just popping head. 6,547 damage is insanity. But the performance coming out on the most important day of play throughout the whole competition, that just shows how efficient and how deadly Team Falcons is. And they just have no wasted energy on their side at all, right? Very, very efficient with this. When they don't need those extra points, they're not out there hustling. And you mentioned this, they don't need a slot at the global stage. They already have one, and yet the hustle still comes on through. They want to prove that they are the best. They want to rip away the biggest share of the prize pool, and they're doing a fine job at that. The last time we took a peek at the score, 62 points up at the top, 7 points clear from Bigatron Delta. But, that's something that's so shocking as well for us to say. Bigatron Delta has been so consistent these past 3 days. Nothing like that we have seen during the group stage. Ikal is definitely a game changer for the squad. And if they can actually grab a booyah in this next map, shock the whole world, I think it's going to be huge. Because when you look apart from the Thai teams, Bigatron Delta is actually not too bad on Kalahari.
Yeah, I agree. I think one element that they probably need to adjust a little bit, this is just based off of the first 3 rounds, is the fact that Ika has been caught out a bit too many times, right? I'm not really sure what the arrangements was. Either he got backstabbed or he decided that, I'm going to be in the front line. I will relay the info and I will call you in. But these early eliminations is not really benefiting BTR much, right? Essentially, if I want to get info, I also want to make sure that my teammates don't get eliminated. Then we got to revive him and reset, something that I think BTR needs to consider, because I feel like that's what's holding them back from transitioning from that mid game to that late game. Yesterday, we didn't see that from BTR, and that's why they were so monstrous in the second half. But today, it's either the teams are switching up or BTR is making some very fundamental mistakes, and I'm leaning towards BTR not really tidying up the loose ends.
I'm actually looking at Bigatron Delta making history right here by keeping that trophy that came to visit as a mainstay, flashy trophy that they get to show off and rub in everybody's faces that, look, when it came to the most important day, Indonesia got it done. And that fake that Bigatron Delta has pulled here could be even bigger than the fake Falcon has been pulling all throughout the knockout stage, showing that they are not a big threat out there. Let's take a look at the top 3 assists, by the way, as well. 12 from Mr. Nameless. Peter and Ray both tied on the 11 points. But of course, what makes the difference here between Ray, Peter, and Nameless is Ray rocks the Woodpecker mid to long range engagements, no problem for this man.
Very happy to see Peter back on the list. I mean, Nameless is a, you know, no need to mention him too much, right? He's always going to be there. But Ray, I think he's a standout. We have seen him perform. Like, you look back at EWC, you find back the form of Evo's Divine back on that world stage when they were less than 10 points away from walking away with the first ever EWC trophy, right? That memory, I think a lot of players would have probably went on slump after that because you were so close yet so far, and your mortal enemy is Team Falcons. But BTR, RQ, they show that Falcons can be beaten, and the fact that Evo's Divine have been there once means they can do it again. They just have to tidy up some of these mid-game transitions, because a lot of times when they get knocked out, it's out in the open, surrounded by multiple teams, or getting ran at by more aggressive teams. And Evo's Divine, they haven't really found their groove with that, and there's not really much time left.
Now this is a tad bit tough in terms of Evo's Divine kind of really messing things up for themselves here. I can't say we are overall surprised, because in the knockout stage they weren't really, you know, the top contenders for the championship anyway. But I expected them to find some sort of extra buff because they were playing in front of their home crowd, but that seems to have not affected them in the slightest. Very shocking that that has not given them the extra boost that is needed, because clearly it's making, you know, miracles work here for RRQ and Bigatron.
Even in terms of top 3 damage, right? It's the AWM and the Woodpecker. 2 of the 3 Hall of Famers for this category are from Falcons. They got 1 more, of course, in first place, followed by Limit, and then right after that is Karoro. One of the latest addition to the team, nonetheless. I think Karoro has been really fantastic. I think Falcons probably unlocked Prime Karoro again, because these CQCs look so chaotic, but Karoro keeps surviving longer than he should.
Yeah, I mean, he has been a game changer for sure, a playmaker, 100%. Attack all around is a tad bit upset they had to let the man go, but it's okay. That's exactly how the cookie crumbles. Falcons, they've got the budget. They know exactly who they want in their squad to make them even more deadly out there. I mean, to think that Cosq is going to be benched is mind-blowing, because he is a wonder child out there in the game of Free Fire, but Karoro knows how to work his way around, right? And he has truly earned his spot, and he has proven to everyone that he deserves a spot on the main roster instead of being benched. Like you said, just not even with the getting eliminations, but being able to survive as a CQC player in that final circle when most of his work is done mid to long range is very impressive already. But to also be bringing in the damage to allow the rest of his team members to pull away those points is huge, what he's doing for Falcons.
Let's see, round number 4. This is where it really gets to the kind of the cutting point, the cut-off point for certain teams. So teams that are in the lead, if they get a good round, or even better, win this round, they set themselves up for major success and a championship title by the end of this. But teams that haven't recovered and does not recover by the end of Kalahari, you just got to start thinking about the top 9 slots to globals.
Someone parked that car there pretty well. Although I don't know if he got the memo. That's not a car park. It's in the middle of the road. Thankfully, in a good game of Battle Royale, that misparked car could just come in as the saving grace for some team out there a little bit later on. But for the time being, no hot drops whatsoever. But RRQ have got prime position up here on Refinery. Take a couple of pot shots, walk away with some bonus points early game.
Oh boy. It's not good for GOW, but great for Evo's Divine. Want to snipe at command post, right? It's a big area, so you don't really have to worry about not being able to run away. But if GOW gets a pick off here, it would be great. The problem is, Evo's Divine already knows where they are, so they gotta somehow get rid of AimGod.
This is just Evo's Divine asking for trouble here. Taking this hot drop up against GOW. The revive is not going to be an issue for them to deal with at all. Man's right back in to look for his loot. The AimGod is going to be rushed, but Buriram's Jonah is on the approach. AK in hand. Accuracy might be all over the place at this point of time with this range. But if he can pull away 1 extra point and then still stay alive for the rest of the Buriram players to rotate in, this could just be big.
See, GOW, they put themselves in this position, right? Deep in the heart of command post. Oh my goodness, ABAX just straight up ambush Iza. He didn't even see that coming. Spine got blasted in the smithereens, and GOW now have to fight their way out of this. There's no going back. Aim God is calling in for backup, and GOW knows that they are in a tough spot. They got the electrotherapy. It's gonna be T and Demon trying to keep this alive. They bring Isa back first. He's gonna be the last hope for GOW. And they try to escort each other out, but there is just no possibility. Evil's Divine finding massive points. 4 in fact.
What's the probability of AG Global not making it to Global Finals, man? I mean, they're the only team that has the name Global in their name. They have to make the Global Finals.
You're not wrong. They have made every finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So I would be surprised if AG the Global doesn't make it. You know, it would be... I know there are plenty of AG fans there, especially fans of Duke. Like a lot of fans of Duke are out there, right? It's quite shocking how many people adore this guy.
I mean, Dew is doing all he can to keep the team in the game, but 3 players eliminated thus far already. Cypher, even if he does get knocked down here, the team's not eliminated yet, all thanks to Dew and his revivals. But dude, what a rough start for this team. Falcons finding Bigatron Delta. That's a huge fight going on off screen. Koja secured by 1 more and the Car 98. And we hop on into this battle. Dick's on the ground. It looks like Falcons is pissed and they want to claim these points off of Bigatron Delta. But AG Global stops, shows up in the compound as well. 3 points for Falcons.
And that's point number 4. Starting to rack up that momentum. Falcons, we know. We dubbed them the kind of the bottom feeders of Kalahari a few months ago. And they proceed to win both Kalahari maps in the grand finals. And right now, they definitely learned from that, right? 4 points at the start. That is already going to put them in a good position.
Now they are the 3rd strongest team on Kalahari. They clearly worked on their weakness and turned it into one of their deadly weapons up against these other teams. Now, not many teams can actually deal with the pressure they bring on here, but while Esports making the rotation in, saving AG Global, and unbeknownst to them, AG Global could just hop on in here for some extra points later on. We'll have to see how Team Falcons handles the situation. 1 player out of the equation already. A 4v3. Outnumbered now. Hua Esports. They ask for trouble. And one more's just bringing it to them. Death sees the trouble that is impending. And he tries to run away from this area. AG Global gets an opportunity for some revenge right here, right now.
Hua Esports, they got 6 in the board. So if they can take down Falcons, it's going to be a big boon for them. Falcons running around the circle though. Hua Esports, they're not going to stay around for long. So let's see how much damage they can do. Yambin with the shotgun. Just 1 Pummeled on fire. But Kiroro shuts that down. Falcons keeps the whole team standing and finds 3 more points.
Whew. A hot start yet again for Falcons. They had a 7-point lead over Bigatron Delta earlier. They've effectively made that 14. On pursuit for Death to deliver exactly that to him. 1 more. Has got the gun for the long-range engagement. Beautiful shot with the Woodpecker to the back. Didn't even skip a beat. Not a single second wasted. Such an efficient squad.
That's 8. Oldhampton being taken over. That's a lot of quite some decent places to loot. But Falcons put themselves in yet another comfortable spot where they will be uncontested. They can make a rotation into the circle, and they can even still play from the outskirts without having to worry about other teams.
Attack all around, just chilling, because they can't really go anywhere else. They've got some natural defense here and have to hope and pray that nobody attacks them from the back. In the meantime, they know they have to move. They've got a decent defensive compound to work around with, and RRQ chipping in a couple of shots as well. For the time being, attack all around can remain safe, but not for too long though. They will be at a huge disadvantage here, especially up against RRQ.
So Heavy out in the open. This is a very decent spot on the high ground, right? So only RRQ Kazu can spot them. I think Hans has a bit of an inkling that maybe someone is up there. This is where it gets scary. I mean, they are in the center, so they will have the circle with them for a long, long time. But the biggest question is, how is Heavy going to break free from that? They have so many teams around them.
Perhaps they don't. Perhaps this is where it ends. Oh goodness, what a spot to be caught in. Vitan does have a decent weapon on him. The AUG can find that mid to decently long range. And thankfully this is a spotted refinery that's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. And he's got that high ground advantage. Only problem will be is players being brought back in on the revival might just drop on his head and cause a little bit of chaos. And as Bigatron Delta finds a defensive spot for themselves, that launch pad will help them get deeper into the circle, closer towards the heat of the action, as a matter of fact.
So BTR is so far silent, but making very good progress into the circle as it's going to start closing in. We're halfway through this round already, and we still got the full lobby. This is such a grand finals thing. It's either you get an explosive round or all the teams just wait for the final countdown.
Oh man, Falcons are really not skipping a beat in terms of bringing the beat down to these other squads. Poppy popped. Yanbin just find it straight. No secure just yet. On fire with the backup from up top. One more with the car 98. My god. That shot finding the connection. Peter straight down to the ground. And Shin actually making big work here. From afar, Yanbin chipping in the damage. My god, Hua Esports actually shooing away Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons got to back off, right? Losing to Hua is a big deal. Got enough money to bring Peter back. And Karoro is also going to chip in some of his savings. They might run into GOW. If they can take out the GOW members, it is going to be some financial recovery for Falcons and keep them running again. I think GOW sniffed something out. It's even a sub, right? With T in and Ton out for GOW. Emergency sub all on fire. Coming in from the corner, Karoro just dropped by. This is not that good for Falcons.
Well, neither one got taken down. Not for long though. Team finds Karoro. And my god, who would have thought Falcons would be the kryptonite of... Sorry, GOW would be the kryptonite of Falcons. Shot here on fire. Manages to get away far enough. And he could not respond in time. So that's going to be the insurance. Peter now trying to get the launch pad escape as well. Not as lucky. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. I'm not going to play this game anymore.
I mean, good for GOW, and Falcons somehow still managed to cut the losses. They're in the blue though, and it does make me wonder where exactly they are on the map. Because you got to start moving at one point. You got the revive and you need some time, but time is not on your side, Falcons. Even for GOW, they got to start thinking about rotating. There won't be much teams on the northern side from Shrines. At least that's the case most of the time. BRU, highest average elimination points in the knockout stage. 9.7 elims per round. Almost 10 per round. That is insane.
Crazy stuff. And Shin on the revive. Poppy just managed to make a little bit of noise before he got popped. So no elimination just yet. As I was saying, that ABAC steals it away. Yanbin returns the favor by bringing Poppy back in. Why Esports definitely not having a great run. RRQ spotting out Buriram. But a couple of the players right under Refinery. And that's not going to wait for them to make any sort of a retaliation whatsoever. Quickly backs away.
RRQ against BRU. Refinery is their home turf. At least for the Indonesians. Lim has been really cheeky. He gets some interference in. It could really shift the control. With how the circle is moving, there's a good chance we end up on Refinery. And it's been a long time since Refinery becomes the point of contention, at least for the final stage. And attack all around, want to take high ground.
Let's see if we can make some sort of magic work here, man. I mean, so much of intense pressure here. All the teams want their points and nobody wanting to make those mistakes. Now Moshi's going to go in for the save here. Asabe did manage to get the knock on to get high. Rest of the players on the side of Buriram will be making the rotation. Now Jonah alongside Wasana. They've got the grenade launcher in hand as well. RRQ is their target. Jonah with the grappling hook towards the right. Spots out the player. AC Haiti and a double shot with the extra damage on the bonus. Will give them that knock. Beautiful stuff for Buriram. But if you're RRQ, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But Moshi just got sniped by Dew. AG Global wants to spoil the party. The pot with the Starwind just a little bit. Razor wins that fight against Shin. Good stuff from RRQ Kazu. Not willing to go down, but Razor actually gets taken out anyway. So RRQ Kazu out in top spot. This is an absolute disaster for the Indonesian team.
No, disaster indeed, especially because they were trying to play the most effective position, Refinery, and Buriram just messed with them. Buriram knew exactly who they were going to find when they rotated in.
Ooh, that could have ruined their chances of even winning the whole thing.
That's unfortunate, man, for RRQ. They were not too far away from Buriram. In fact, they were just 1 point behind Buriram before this game. And perhaps a little bit of revenge here for Hawaii Esports for taking the spot shots against them earlier. Yes! Just managed to knock one down. Moshi with the VS. Okay, Moshi needs a new gun. Bigatron, what?
Give it a... What? What? Oh, what?
Bigatron and RRQ, the first two teams to make the exit from Kalahari.
Wow, the hope of Indonesia
just have really dropped the ball on this map.
Really dropped the ball. Especially Bigatron, who had a better chance than RRQ in winning the whole thing. Now both of them will have to make recovery in the last 2 rounds, and this is not good. Not good at all.
You're from Vietnam or Thailand, you're going to be hoping and praying that Kalahari is that random map later on. Heavy gets taken out. Saming, the final death dealer. And now WAG in close proximity with Falcon. And this is a long rotation to this next circle, Husky.
9 more teams remain. AG Global still have some control over small portions of the refinery.
Oh!
Tie rhythm. That one is a big one for Falcons. Forcing AG Global to completely back off. So much resources. And Alice somehow still gets the shot through. They're trying to chase in, stop. There's no chance. It's Hawaii Esports that picks up the point. That's 10 for them. And Cypher, he's on the run. Doesn't want to be the part of this. Joins with the rest of his team, but still under so much pressure from more than just 2 teams. Falcons see this happening. GOW can participate if they want.
Pandemonium about to hit yet again. 9 teams left in here. Close to the 14th minute. Just basically means too many players out here on this map. There's just not enough real estate for all of them to find this defensive spots on before that final battle sequence. GOW up against EVOS Divine. Both of them have to deal with the pressure of the blue. And EVOS Divine has got better cover here in comparison to GOW. GOW steps on out. They will be shot from both angles. WAG up against Falcons, and Falcons faltering to the Vietnamese squad. Granted, it's just a single elimination.
Great news if you are Hua Esports. This is your opportunity. Hua, BRU, EVOS, they have a great chance of regaining control. And G'day, a second day onto Iza once more as they just picked him back up. Now it's time for the cleanup. EVOS Divine needs to make this quick. As the Yan gets knocked down by Cypher, GOW just not having an opportunity. It's G'day to claim the 8th point for his team. EVOS Divine in full control of this northern side.
And if you are Buriram, this is your opportunity to grab that #1 spot back and be in the fight for the championship. This rotation is going to be big for them. Trying to take away the defensive spot from Hua Esports, which will also become the prime position, the prime location where teams are going to be able to farm the most number of points. High ground advantage for Buriram. Riptide Rhythm towards the players on the side of Twisted Minds. AG Global up against EVOS Divine. On the other hand, we'll see the players on the side of AG stuck outside the blue. This is not looking good.
It would be nice to have a 2.5k auto goal right now for some of these teams. BRU on the top. They'll start jumping down. WAG trying to survive the fire, rain of lead from all these teams. That's the name coming out. Jonah finding one, and the kill feed lighting up the members of EVOS Divine. WAG also starts losing some bodies. As AG Global attack all around in BRU. All the Thai teams pick up point after point. Just try to damage as much as they can. Twisted Minds in the crosshairs of BRU.
Buriram just dealing the damage all around, but they're not securing those eliminations. It is all being vultured by the other players on the battlefield. AG took 2 points off of Buriram, but now Twisted Minds and Buriram looks like they are geared to take away those points from them. Hua Esports could just be the stealers this time around. The robbers robbing it away, but EVOS Divine the first to falter. Twisted Minds will follow as the 4th team taken out of the race. Attack all around up against Buriram, and Hua Esports stands between them.
Hua Esports is going to have a really tough time. Only 2 members left. Like you said, BRU, the best chance. The Poongok getting knocked down by Wasana. This is already a good start for BRU. Limit starting to panic a little bit. The jitters making him not land his shots from this low ground. It's not going to get any easier. Shin and Poppy tied together, connected by electrotherapy. Can they use this opportunity to steal away a couple of extra points? Jump in the front, but BRU sticking together like a full squad, and this is going to be very tough. The 2 other teams need to work together to cripple BRU, but BRU are going to gun for their high ground. Hua Esports under siege.
A very risky play from Jump God there. He literally jumped straight towards the players of Buriram just to pop his A124. What a grenade by Mochi, finding Poppy. That was a lucky shot, and up top he takes Shin out of the equation. Cougar actually claims the life of Poppy, which means attack all around steals yet another point away from Buriram. But now Buriram's opportunity to earn all 4 points. Mochi get high, getting 1 each for themselves, and this is all over. Attack all around goes down to Buriram, who finally secures a booyah.
Very much needed in BRU on that road to recovery. So put them in very good spot to contend for first place again. Really cannot count them out. Waking up a little bit late, but better late than never. The trophy now becomes a possibility for BRU, but for Falcons, it is starting to slip away.
What an explosive start. But of course, they kind of dropped the ball. In fact, effectively, every single team that has gotten a bonus has dropped the ball at one point. Buriram has dropped the ball, RRQ has, Bigatron has, and Falcon, the biggest shockers that started off this grand finals, they have effectively dropped the ball as well. And that basically means they will drop that number 1 spot. But to who else than the 2-time world champs themselves? This competition all of a sudden has gone back to the Thai teams.
Not just gone back to the Thai teams, but gone back to what we are all too familiar with, BRU in the driver's seat. The only thing that they're giving to some of the teams that are trying to contest them for the title is probably the auxiliary cable to play the music. But sweet enough, BRU, they're going to take over that as well. 15 eliminations before they win the entire round. You couple that with a booyah, it's going to be a 30 bomb for sure for this Thai squad.
This is just way too tense. I have no idea how this competition is going to go, but for the time being, with Buriram back in the driver's seat, it seems like it's going to be a classic showdown that will lead all the way down to the final 2 games. The next game perhaps could solidify some of these teams and the position up top, or it could also lead to massive numbers of mistakes, right? Because you would not believe this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The spot from the 3rd place down to the 7th place, you can count the difference of points in one hand, right? With just one hand, which means just one or half, a quarter of a round in this next map of Nexterra could be the difference as to what makes those movements on the overall leaderboard. This is way too tense of a situation to be in if you're a pro team.
Absolutely. I think, for Falcons, the saving grace is that they got double-digit eliminations that, could essentially keep them in a bit of the lead, and if not, keep them closer, right? Just right beside the front runners. We'll have to check in on the leaderboard in just a little bit. But for now, again, it's back to business, right? We have a pretty open playing field. It's sure for some teams, maybe some of the Vietnamese teams and Heavy, GOW, it's time to fight for qualification. But for everyone else, it is on the table. The offer to bring that trophy home is right there.
You speak of the trophy. The trophy's all right. The offer for the $100,000 is still on the table. It's right there for the taking. And we have too many teams who are able to actually put a finger on it at this point of time. The 2 teams that are closest, of course, would be Falcons and Buriram. Insane, because the competition just got so much more harder for the other teams that are trying to catch up. But of course, this is an opportunity as well for them to really take this hot drop up against Buriram and Falcons. Take them out of the equation so early on so that they can still stand a better chance. But the question is, who's got the guts to do that? We will have to find out a little bit later on. For now, let's throw it back to the stage so that we can find out what Buriram did to get this booyah.
And a booyah for our king of booyah, Buriram United Esports. Look at high. So, how do you feel right now? Is it more intense from the knockout stage or not?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะตอนนี้รู้สึกว่ามันดูแบบว่ากดดันมากกว่ารอบน็อกเอาท์ไหม
ก็กดดันนิดนึงครับผม
A little bit intense
sedikit lebih sengit dan cukup sengit.
I can see that a little bit of intense is maybe here it might be too much for me. So, do you feel any pressure from the Indonesian team when you were playing on their stage?
รู้สึกกดดันกับการเล่นที่จะต้องต่อสู้กับทีมอินโดไหมเพราะว่าเรามาเล่นในบ้านเขา
ก็ไม่เท่าไหร่ครับเพราะว่า รู้มือกันอยู่ครับ
Not very much because we study them well.
Oh, wow. Nggak terlalu banyak tentang pressure dari tim Indonesia sejauh ini.
Study them well. That's really interesting to hear. We only have 2 matches left, 2 games left. And will you think that you still can be able to have that chance to take this trophy home, or only 1 ticket to Brazil?
คือตอนนี้เขาบอกว่าเราเหลืออีกแค่2เกมเท่านั้นเนี่ยคิดว่าบุรีรัมย์ยังมีโอกาสที่จะได้โทฟี่กลับบ้านไหมหรือว่าแค่ได้ไปบราซิล
ก็อยากได้แชมป์อยู่ครับบราซิลก็น่าจะได้ไปแน่นอนอยู่แล้ว
Actually I want the trophy back home too but it's definitely that we gonna go to Brazil.
Alright, so interesting your answer. Good luck for the next game. Jadi Get High bilang dia sebenarnya pengen banget bisa bawa pulang piala kembali untuk bermain di Brazil nanti.
Thank you so much, Get High. So, is there any last word you want to send to the Thai viewers and everyone here?
พูดอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยนะคะโดยเฉพาะทีมงานแฟนๆชาวไทยทีมไทยแล้วก็ให้กับทุกคนที่มาชมที่นี่ด้วย
terima kasih.
Oh, kalian dengar? Again? Again?
Terima kasih.
Tepuk tangan untuk Get High. Interesting.
ที่เกตพูดเมื่อกี้ก็คือพูดว่าขอบคุณในภาษาอินโดนีเซียค่ะ
Yes.
His terima kasih is so cute. Thank you so much, Get High, and I hope that I can see more booyah from Buriram United Esports. Now, before we head back to our caster, fight for legacy! Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys in the next game.
I love how well synced that fight for legacy is. I love how Get High just found out enough to win himself a huge fan base in Indonesia, right? Buriram jumping back up to the top is a shocker after not showing up in the first 2 games at all, finding recovery at Alpine, using that as that momentum builder to now get into the final circle and hit the booyah. This only spells trouble for the other teams, especially the Indonesians.
Oh, absolutely. I think for BRU, right, again, they might just end the year-long drought. We see the MVP for this match, none other than Wasana, the guys who carry, the guy you say carries the curse, but also is popping heads in this game with 5 eliminations.
He carries the curse as well as the team on his shoulders. So it's a mad dilemma to have, right? He is the death dealer on the side of Buriram United Esports, but at the same time, ever since he came to the squad, not a single competition, not a single trophy won. So that year-long drought, I think it's high time they end it. And if they're able to end it, perhaps a 3-time world champion title, they will be able to earn for themselves by the end of the year. But looking at their lineup, as usual, it's a team that is well balanced. You've got the A124 there, you've got the Tatsuya, you have got the Skylar, and they are not just well balanced, they are very aggressive with this setup on the battlefield.
No, absolutely. And this is something that we are very used to already. And also, this is one of the more balanced teams, right? Like some teams you see 2 rushers or 2 snipers, but for BRU, they're one of every role. Except for the rifler, which is probably the most rare role. I think only Kororo so far I've seen on screen that had that rifler role assigned to him. But we got the Hall of Famers. 3 of them are from BRU, and got Shin from Hua and then Gade from EVOS Divine, both holding 4 elims.
Yeah, I mean, the rifle's just not in the meta, so Kororo is just a different animal altogether to deal with, which can be quite annoying with, because most of the time people are well prepared for these snipers, the marksman as well as the shotgun. And then all of a sudden you've got heavy damage plus rate of fire finding you from mid to long range. You know you're in trouble. You know Kororo's on the other side. Get High with the 6 eliminations finds his highlight. Due with the 3006 on damage. But in the overall grand scheme of things, AG Global still at the bottom. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Husky. Dew is finding all that damage out there, but the team as a whole is not managing to pull and make good work from all of the damage given.
Yeah, very unfortunate for AG Global. They might scrape through to globals, but this performance will not fly, right? The teams would, the other regions are going to eat them alive because they have not been able to clean up that early to mid game transition.
My God.
And oh boy, they might not even make it. They might not even make it. They got 22 points at the very bottom.
And if you are AG Global and you see 3 Vietnamese teams doing better than you know something's wrong with the squad, right? I don't know what it is, but they better find that fix now, because 2 solid games should put AG Global right back in the mix, should put AG Global in the top 3, because I'm talking about the solid games, kind of what we saw on week 4 and week 5, when 2 of their players back-to-back secured the Predator of the Week title, right? It is not impossible for AG Global. The recovery is definitely one that is on the table for them. The only thing is, can they figure it out within their heads and really motivate themselves? I mean, it's a tough place to be in. I mean, not even speaking about their position on the overall leaderboard. Mentally, it's a very tough place to be in.
100%. But we also saw the head start points now working for BRU, right? Like that 17 points puts them in first place. Without that, they will only have 60 points and will have to play another round to try and catch up to Falcons. But right now, they're 3 points ahead of Falcons. And if they keep this up and Falcons have another bad round, we might see BRU walk away with the entire trophy and finally break the curse.
Finally break Wasana's curse. I hope they do, okay? I'm sick and tired of not screaming 2-time world champs over and over again. I want to see them go back to their glory days, but at the same time, so many new names out there making a lot of noise that we want to see grab the championship for themselves as well. But it is the best kind of situation at this point of time. Anybody can grab it, which means we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to take another quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, 2 games to crown the champions of Southeast Asia.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena WTR udah pasti ngalahin Papa.
Get ready to the final battle of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Que acontecerá na Arena Carioca 1 no Rio de Janeiro, dia 24 de novembro. Aku keberdian.
Tugas kita udah ringan nih, karena weather udah pasti ngalahin Falcon.
Let's go. Let's go.
Welcome back to the chaos, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition Grand Finals. 2 more games to determine exactly who the champion is going to be, whether or not the curse is broken for Buriram, whether or not the Falcons are going to continue to fly high, or whether Indonesia will make history for the first time ever by grabbing the trophy. My name is AJ, but in a matter of fact, right, I think, Husky, the potential for the shocker here is actually going to be Heavy being the team to qualify and WNG and GOW not having to do anything, because surprisingly they've been able to maintain the consistency.
Now that you brought that up, I agree. I think GOW definitely desperately wants to, because they missed out once already.
Yeah.
And they feel it feels so close, right? You look at GOW, it's not that far. I mean, Vietnam, Hawaii Sports, I think they're in a very good spot, unless somehow the last 2 rounds they completely just bomb out. But between Heavy, WAG, and GOW, they have a fair shot. I would say if this continues, we might even see EVOS not make it.
I don't even want to think of it yet, right? RRQ, who secured a booyah, is not even in the top half of the leaderboard. How insane is that? And they're one of the teams that actually picked up the more number of points during Point Rush. And obviously not the most, but 10 points is still pretty decent in terms of an extra boost for them. Can you imagine if they did not have those extra points? EVOS, Divine, and Heavy. Heavy would be 1 point behind RRQ after 4 games.
Yeah, actually, if that's the case, I don't think Heavy can win the whole thing, but
no, of course
it will be one of the best standings for them, right? Again, this is the return to the finals for this org, and that itself is already a big step. I think a lot of people don't really have too high hopes for Heavy, especially judging from the knockout stage performance, but this is already, I think, slightly better than what the benchmark for them has been. And now is to see how far Heavy can take this. They can qualify for globals, but to qualify with kind of on the edge, the margins don't look too good, and it would not be as convincing as you want it to be. So I think Heavy, let's see if they can kind of step up in the last 2 rounds and deliver a more solid performance.
At the very least, if they do scrape through, we can say they have remained consistent, right? Scraping through from knockout into the final week, scraping through from FFWSC into global finals. It would be pretty awesome as well as crazy, I'll have to say. Let's take a look at the top 3 most used pets. Obviously, R1 leading the free here as the pet that has been most abused out there, followed by Beaston and Dreki. At the very least, we do get to see Dreki.
Yeah, it's kind of fallen off a bit, but some teams that play CQC still wants that Dreki for that close range detection. But again, R1 is still one of the best out there. I don't see R1 getting replaced anytime soon. R1 and Beastin, just simple kit, but super effective when it comes to Battle Royale. Let's get ready to jump to Nexterra, our 5th map of the Grand Finals. And afterwards, it's just a roll of the dice. So this is the last guaranteed map we're gonna get. And Nexterra is also kind of the deal breaker for a lot of these teams.
AG Global, in order to find themselves in the global finals, they'll have to make sure, by hook or by crook, the final 2 games are massive for themselves. They need to be in that final circle, if possible, even pull away a booyah. They do drop into Decker Square. A almost early skirmish once again with Hua Esports, but we can't put this past these two teams just yet. But thankfully, EVOS Divine is here as well at Graph Labs just to play the distraction so that AG Global can rotate away.
Look at the northern side though. We got Attack All Around in Bigatron Delta, RQ Kazu and GOW on this southern side. So some early drops. Razor gonna make the first move, fire the first shot. Abai, good follow up, takes down T, and that's gonna be point number 1 for our RQ Kazu.
Demon on standby. RRQ pulling away the first one. Purely luck. It's finding the guns first and too close of a proximity. But T doesn't really wait on standby a little bit too long. It's brought back in, and a 2v1. Demon did not get away quick enough. The double vectors will find the secure. And now, 2 more players here, right beside the vending machine. And buying back the player yet again. That's with a super long rotation around the right-hand side.
Actually, I'm not really sure what the plan was for GOW, right? Like, still staying there and losing another member. With that being said, RQ Kazu has already gotten a way better start than they did in the previous 2 rounds. Just gotta keep this going. There's a vending machine. They could stock up a lot more. The fact that GOW is still sticking around means that they've gotten the revive. Yeah, they did. But the revive member just got knocked down and taken up by 1 more. So this is not the start you want.
My goodness. How many eliminations, revives have we seen back and forth, right? Still 47 players left in the lobby. As quickly as they fall, they get brought right back in thanks to those coins. As well as the vending machines littered all around the battlefield. Double on the grenades. Barely finds the players on the side of Bigatron Delta. Limit too far to bring any sort of impact into this fight. Unless the players on the side of Bigatron Delta make a mistake here. Look at the angle. Barely has vision. 1 player steps on out. He can strike right now. Limit. And he does exactly that, helping out Jump God. Boon God will take the second player as well. Bigatron Delta, everything's crumbling for them.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all for Bigatron Delta. Not that like this. Oh, Bigatron. Chances down the drain. With this one, I think Attack All Around just secured the impossibility of a championship.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
And all hope is left on RQ. Maybe the kingdom is going to be the one that saves the entire nation. But we gotta see RQ pull out 2 massives back-to-back round.
Yeah.
Gotta start with this one.
Attack All Around 18 points behind Falcons, who are in the 2nd spot. So they'll have to hustle quite a little bit in this game in itself if they want to stand a chance to walk away with the championship. WAG perhaps may be able to supply these points, but Limit too far away from the rest of his team members. And he will be punished for a waste of loot for Limit.
Very unlucky. WAG not looking too shabby, right? 4 points. Does increase the lead between them and GOW, who are trying to catch up but had a very underwhelming opening. And not really their fault. I mean, RQ Kazu caught them and Falcons found the revive members. So GOW on damage control mode. But right here, got AG Global flying in to try and take out Hua.
Potential of this one going the way of AG Global is there. Caramel beams himself towards the opposite side of the battlefield, but Stop gets caught out here by Shin. Yanbin is there for the assist. Can they get the flank? Open backs and Caramel gets the job done. Very efficient, but Stop could not sustain himself. Gets dropped yet again. But the revive this time, Cypher falls back to it. And AG Global going to be in a lot of trouble because here comes EVOS Divine as well, just to play around.
If aim got going down, EVOS Divine should start considering a retreat. Ray getting shot, I believe by Dew as well. Grenade will try to distract the members of AG Global, and Ray finds a snipe on a Dew. Perfectly executed from EVOS Divine, not wanting to back down. And AG Global once more in a horrible spot. And to make matters worse, while Esports is around the corner, Cypher does find Shin. And Dew, revenge, takes down Ray once more as he gets back up himself. So AG Global still hanging on.
Dew with the VSS up top. It's going to be a danger here. ABAX barely sustaining any damage at all. Finally tagged up. Just a couple of bullets. Therapy Bond will be there once again. So that ABAX can get aggressive. And just from the backlines, look at that. Caramel just hugging the wall, trying to help his buddy out. Dew will get knocked down onto the ground as Kadei buys Ray back. EVOS Divine not really excelling at this engagement. But thankfully, Hua Esports not in good shape to take this fight. And AG Global does not want to go down here.
That is so unfortunate. Dew jumped down, broke his ankles, and got taken out by a sidearm. But of course, they did get the trade back eventually, so AG Global still walks away with the revive. So getting the full squad back and having 5 head start points in this round, that's going to force a retreat from EVO's Divine, who will just call it quits.
Kill.
RRQ versus Twisted Minds. It's a big probability here, and this compound has got quite a number of players. RRQ taking the shots up against Heavy. This leaves their backs wide open. Abe actually dropping back to check his 6, just to make sure nobody springs his ambush on them. And what great thinking from RRQ. Twisted Minds actually not looking to go for that ambush, walking away from this open opportunity.
I think it's a good move from Twisted Minds also, right? Just hold your position. Not really the worst spot to be in. In fact, for RRQ Kazu, to control that compound, it has its pros, sure, but the downside is that if it gets sieged and you lose control of one of the entrants, you are going to start bleeding out in terms of the possession, the control of your area. I think for Twisted Minds, you can hold here first. You might be able to get good teams if they come in from that angle. Poppy will just get chopped in half by Get High.
2-time world champs looking to become 3-time world champs. Wasana looking to break his own curse and earn his first trophy on the side of Buriram. This should be a pretty decent fight for them, but if Heavy goes down, it will be very unfortunate. That will give WAG the opportunity to overtake them. And up against Buriram, obviously this is going to be very, very hard. Hans with the FGL, double shot does not tickle Buriram at all, but the A124 will, courtesy of Kabi. And Buriram backs away. Very smart decision made here. Even Buriram does not want to get too cheeky out there. That shows the kind of level of fight the rest of the teams can bring into the competition.
Gotta take calculated risk. BRU, they're not gonna completely back off, but they will stay at a safe distance. I think Get Nice just saw Moshi relays that info. It's time to kind of dip deeper into the compound. It will give away some of the control for BRU, but if it can ensure Heavy gets a good retreat route, and I think they will take it. So BRU will have a lot more control, especially of the western side of the building. And Heavy, they will make they'll basically double back, but plant themselves on the edge. They might see RQ Kazu too.
Matches like this, I just wish we had that portal go back in action once again. It's just way too slow of a pace for me. And I'm a huge hater of this slow pace, because pandemonium in that final few battle sequences will just be way too much of chaos to handle, especially for teams who are desperately looking for those important points to climb up.
Yeah,
and of course
again,
for the
because
teams who want to secure the championship.
Yeah, especially when it's so close, you just want to play safe, right? Like, very less teams would kind of go out to extend their lead by getting elimination points. Mostly the Thai teams, but I think even they don't feel safe right now. But the advantage that they have is that in those final circles, they're a lot more equipped, they're a lot more skilled in these chaotic fights, and that's why they're willing to play the long game.
Well, Vietnam cannot afford that long game. So if you're GOW, this is where you spring into action. Tanking the damage from Circle 2 is nothing much to be frustrated about. Finding Falcons, putting them out of the lobby, perhaps could be exactly what GOW needs in terms of a confidence and momentum booster. The team that sits down in 11th right now, currently not in spot to qualify for Global Finals. A 2v1 Kororo tagged up from the back, but a great blue wall yet again. Ice grenade response, and he waits for the backup. On Fire arrives. Now 2 players pushing away all of the GOW players.
And one more is so good with the support fire. Saving Kororo and netting Falcons another point. And not only that, basically keeping GOW away and putting GOW in such a horrible spot, worse than where they were already at. And Falcons, they get to retreat freely, not lose anything, and continue into the circle if they want to.
Changing their minds, making sure they patch up first before taking this launch pad. Just one survivor on the side of GOW, teasing them with the shots out of the secondary. It's not enough to knock anyone, but enough to buy a lot of time just to play that game of distraction. But look at this, man. It's way too many teams in this circle at this point.
See, very crowded area. RQ Kazu right in the middle. BRU will show up, and that's where Heavy will try to hold them back. And if by any means, if BRU goes out here right now, then it's going to be a very happy Team Falcons who already got a good head start. But the team that I'm most worried about is AG Global because they got to take out BRU.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity. But G'day from afar, EVOS Divine interfering in this fight. That's not going to be good for AG at all. They slow their pace. They were about to go in here for the ambush onto Buriram that they spotted out. Solid glue wall on the right-hand side. Access way for Wasana just to make sure they can all focus their firepower onto one door, onto one opening. Buriram acknowledging that the circle is going to be dangerous, slowly but surely moving towards this next safe zone, leaving AG Global outside to be gate kept.
AG Global, one of the better rounds in this grand finals, right? 6 eliminations, but sadly, no placement points yet, as most of the teams are still in the game. So they can't drop the ball right now. It's going to be a very tense situation. BRU moving deeper towards Heavy, and AG Global, let's see how they take advantage of this.
Before this game started, AG Global only had 11 eliminations in total. But up against Heavy now, Buriram facing a little bit of a pressure. Oh, get nice! Shuts down Wasana. This is a huge game changer. Heavy, the team from Vietnam, single-handedly annihilating Buriram. Get High does get a double nade response here just to slow the pace down for Heavy. And this means trouble for both Buriram as well as Heavy. Here comes AG Global to finish the job.
This is the best possible scenario with Buriram knocked out in 11th spot. It opens up opportunities for teams like Falcon, but AG Global got more than just that. They also found Heavy, putting themselves back in the running to get into top 9.
Wow. I mean, when they most definitely needed it, they're supplying themselves those points. Stay alive, Twisted Minds. One more, that's a big shot coming through from him. Falcons needs to survive this, and Twisted Minds is the team that can shut them down. WAG taking this fight up against WA Esports, and my goodness, all at once, 3 players, they fall. But WAG, the fight is not over for them just yet. They've got this next circle, and many teams looking for this defensive spot.
Make it tense. As Twisted Minds just flew straight into EVOS Divine's territory. EVOS Divine need to get ready to receive this hit, but they lost 2 members. It's Falcons and Twisted Minds working together to get rid of both Apex and Raid. Raid gets picked back up, but Twisted Minds assumes control of their building. AG Global coming in from the western side. That's where RQ Kazu is holding. Attack all around on the building towards the northern end. WAG occupying the 4th one as Falcons just watches this happen.
Falcons don't need to do much, but look at the position one more holds on to. He is going to be teased by the circle, but his high ground advantage gives him that great vantage point over Demon and Gang. On fire, sprayed down to the ground, and this is going to slow down the pace of Falcons here, but nothing they cannot recover from. No clear line of sight for the rest of the teams to claim the life on the side of Falcons. Riptide Rhythm, a little bit of a failure of a shot here from WAG. That's not going to expose Falcons just yet, and it looks like the luck is still solid on the side of Falcons.
Very solid. You know, RQ, this could be redemption chance. This could be the recovery. Bigatron fell out of the race, but RQ, they can still carry on the baton in this relay race and bring themselves up. Caramel, what a nade. There's my out. And now RQ Kazu have to really go into damage control as AG Global, they're not gonna stop.
More than half the players still alive in this lobby. And we are already down to circle number 5. Cyrus with the FGL. Looking for that opportune moment. WAG up against Falcons though. And the glue wall melt is being dropped here by the third parties from afar. Grenade will not find the connection. Cyrus. That one just bounces off the wall. One more tagged up already. Half of his health. Needs to find that recovery. Karoro, 7 medkits on him. Gives one to On Fire. Smart play. As WAG does not take advantage of the situation, Falcons find themselves once again in a winning position as I say it. They show up strong. RRQ is the first one to get eliminated, but Falcons will follow suit.
That is great news for everyone else, especially for AG Global. Falcons still somehow hanging on, but probably not for any longer. With WAG nearby, it's just Karoro, the new member of the team, trying to keep it together. Aim guard as well for representing EVOS Divine. There's Demon running in with the sidearm, and the Tatsuya dash throws down, tries to heal himself back up. So close, but AG Global, biggest winner of this round so far. GOW out in 7th.
Smart play from Karoro here. I mean, look at the survival tactics. Attack all around spots him out as well. One more shot. Karoro goes down. Cougar, can he claim their life as well? Yes, he can. Attack all around with a well-needed point to their side. 18 points to catch up with Falcons earlier on. And without Falcons in this round, perhaps they can farm all that they need. AG Global with their recovery round here as well. Picking up 13 eliminations. That's more than they picked up in the past 4 games.
This leaderboard is going to be so tight after this round. Just exactly what we asked for. Exposy takes out AimGod, and Twisted Mind showing up big time. But between them and AG Global, I'm putting a lot of my bets on AG Global for having a way better round. As AimGod gets knocked out, we got 4 full squads remain.
Wow.
And Twisted Mind is going to make the beeline towards WAG.
Yeah, all these teams are struggling to find their footing up top, except attack all around. But they themselves are faltering. Poon got a sliver of health. WAG from the back. The knock is there. Allen for the secure. Turns around. Gets the point for the team. Cougars out as well. Attack all around. They drop once again. All of the struggling teams in this final circle. Chaos. Samin picks up the monster truck. Knocks a player out of the circle. Claims the point. Dew right beside him with the Drogon. Trying to look for that final shot. But WAG doing the unthinkable. Can they smash Twisted Minds? They take AG out of the equation. And WAG hunting down Saming. One final shot as Nameless goes down. Vietnam secures the booyah.
Big step up from WAG. Crucial to keep them in the running for top 9. If they're not already there, this is going to bring them in and give them a fighting chance. They know the trophy is out of reach, but they can still fight for the prize pool. They can still fight for the tickets to go to Rio de Janeiro. And maybe there is where they will finally complete that run. But for now, one step at a time for WAG. Really stepping up when they need the most. Them, AG Global, Twisted Minds, attack all around. All somehow finding their peak in this 5th round. And maybe desperation is what pushes you over the edge.
Amen. And we're getting exactly what we were begging for. Some close matches, man. I mean, I cannot wait for you guys to look at the overall leaderboard shortly, because the unthinkable that we were asking for has just happened. If those lower teams are getting these points, which means the teams at the very top don't get to run away all that too much, Falcons will end up claiming that #1 spot, though, with not too much difference in terms of points. So it's all going down to the wire. It's all going down to this one final game, which will determine the champions, as well as the final 8 that will make it to, final 9 that will make it to global finals. Insanity overall here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Finals, where we are not able to see exactly who has won this clean out. For the first time in history, we've got the closest competition with the best of the teams out here.
And a lot of these teams have been in this position multiple times. Some have been able to win out, but some have watched it slipped away. Yeah. Falcons, they won it. All came down to the final round at EWC. BRU, they did that twice on the world stage. And a lot more other examples that have came close but not able to close it. AG Global, when some of the players were still back on Nigma Galaxy, that was what they had to go through. Had 5 great rounds. When it then came down to round 6 and just could not pull it together. What a storyline we have, right? And then every single season we expect it to come down to the final round, but even when we get the final round to be the decider, it's just tighter and tighter every single tournament.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's the brilliance from the developers. There is just so much of perfection in terms of refining the meta to keep the game so well balanced, to make sure no team actually finds clear dominance at the top. Every single season, they have to hustle. They have to figure out exactly how to break the game all over again. And now we truly have a equal playing field out here in the great game of Free Fire on the Southeast Asian platform. Every single team towards the top. The top 5 teams have got a shot at the championship. One solid round is all it takes, and we still have not confirmed the top 8. Vietnam, WAG, I mean, they were somewhere near the bottom, and with one solid round, one solid booyah, they launched themselves to the top. What are we even watching, man?
We're watching evolution. We're watching a new era for sure from other regions. It's not just a BRU game anymore. It's not just a Thailand game anymore. It's now truly Southeast Asia. But WAG got the booyah, which means we're going back to the stage once more to hear what the winners have to say.
And a booyah for WAG, Vietnamese region. Cyrus, can I give you a hand? Cyrus, can I give you a hand? Thank you. Oh my God. Congratulations, Cyrus. Xin được chúc mừng Cyrus vì cái đội rất là xuất sắc trong việc giành được booyah trong trận đấu lần này. Thì Cyrus ơi, Không biết là bọn mình có gặp những cái khó khăn nào ở trong giai đoạn thi đấu không ạ? Bởi vì là hình như là cả đội tuyển mình đều đang có sức khỏe không hề tốt một chút nào ấy ạ.
Bọn mình chỉ khó khăn trong giai đoạn đi bo cuối thôi.
Trong giai đoạn bo cuối. So for the questions, I asked him if WAG have any difficulties in their gameplay because most of the players are all sick, but turned it out, yeah, all of the players are sick, but turns out they feel like the difficulties is just happening on the final shrinking zone.
Oh, ternyata mereka mengalami banyak sekali kesulitan. Salah satunya karena beberapa playernya mengalami kurang sehat untuk di turnamen kali ini. Dan Survivors, ini udah mulai lesu ya. Coba aku mau cek semangat kalian. Survivor Surabaya, mana suaranya?
Cyrus, how do you feel this vibe right now? Cyrus, bạn đã cảm thấy như thế nào với cái sức nóng đến từ khán giả như thế này vậy ạ?
Mình cảm thấy rất là vui, rất là nôn nao.
He feel really happy, super duper happy.
Super duper happy? Wow, dia benar-benar happy ternyata dengan adanya audiens yang ada di sini. Jadi jangan sampai lemas ya, karena kita masih punya beberapa match lagi setelah ini.
Cyrus, coming to the last game right now, I can see that on the point ranking, your team is really close to the top 9, that finally you can get a ticket to the Brazil. But it seems like you're having difficulties to having a race with Heavy. Do you think that in this final round you can make it to Brazil or not? Đến với trận đấu cuối cùng này thì mình cảm thấy rằng là đội tuyển của chúng ta đang phải đua điểm với một đội tuyển top trên, đó chính là Heavy đúng không ạ? Theo như lần cuối mình theo dõi bảng điểm thì chúng ta đã rất suýt sao đến với tấm vé để có được tấm vé đi Brazil rồi. Mình biết là ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi bạn có được Puya và nó cũng đã giải nguy được cho chúng mình rất là nhiều. Nhưng mà đến với trận đấu cuối cùng này, bạn có tự tin 100% rằng bạn sẽ đi được Brazil hay không ạ?
Tụi mình tự tin 100%.
We are 100% confident that we will go to Brazil and get that ticket.
Wow, karena mereka ada di posisi yang lumayan bawah. Dan ternyata mereka masih percaya diri akan berangkat ke Brazil nantinya. Ini luar biasa sekali. So, actually, who is your favorite support system? The best support system. You're the best support system.
Best support system?
Yes.
Ai là người chơi hỗ trợ yêu thích của bạn ở trong đội tuyển của mình ạ? Ai là người chơi hỗ trợ yêu thích của mình ở trong đội tuyển của mình ạ?
Ghét Hai.
Ghét Thái? Thế thì đó là đội tuyển ngoài đây, còn đội tuyển của mình thì sao?
Trong team à? Dạ là Alan.
Alan. So for outside team, that player belong to Bermuda United Esports, Get High, but for his team is Alan.
Oh my God! Ternyata Get High yang menjadi semangat dia. Luar biasa. Salah satu rahasia yang kita sendiri nggak tahu ternyata.
Thank you so much, Cyrus, for this interview. And I'm really happy that another Vietnam team can get their Puya. I'll let you go back to your stadium and get rest right now. Thank you so much. Cảm ơn Cyrus rất là nhiều về bàn phỏng vấn lần này. Mình sẽ để bạn quay về trụ để nghỉ ngơi một chút trước khi chúng ta bắt đầu trận đấu cuối cùng. Chúc bạn may mắn nhé. Cố lên. Thank you so much. And before we head back to our caster, fight for legacy! Thank you so much. And together, let's enjoy our last game. And with us, witness an amazing scene here to see who is the champion of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall. Thank you. Now, let's go back to the caster.
One more round, AJ. One more round, and legacy will truly be achieved, be attained, be rebuilt, or be reclaimed. Either way, we're about to step into a new era, and this is truly the last stop. This is terminus for all of these teams, and sadly, 3 of them will not go to the world stage after this.
I mean, if, a miracle is still possible here. A team that's in the 9th spot, if they hit a massive round, can still become the champions of Southeast Asia. How insane is that? From the 9th spot. That's how close we are to each other on the overall leaderboard. Obviously, we're looking for the top 9 teams to qualify for the global stage because, of course, Falcons is up top here as well. Falcons are not in the clear to win the championship. Buriram is not in the clear to win the championship. Any team can. And it all comes down to the random map. And this is why you had to hustle. Bigatron Delta has a strong possibility of shocking the world right now, because from being able to do it, to being pushed down, to now being given the absolute wild card, right? For any of the teams out there, it has been an absolute toss. They have some of those good maps, some of those bad maps. But Bigatron Delta has been able to prove to us that on the most important day, they can get the job done, at least at the start, Husky.
Yeah, they did score a booyah yesterday on the random map, right? So if they can give us that performance, they might be winning the whole thing. But now the stars have to align in certain ways, right? Some teams have to get knocked out first because of circumstances, for BTR in particular. But you can argue maybe Falcons wake up on this last map. They have a way better chance of winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
And BRU, they have a chance to make miracles happen because they are the ones who first made all of us believe that it is possible to even achieve that, right? So again, this is as tight as it can get. The fact that we have more than half the competitors having the opportunity to turn it around and win the whole thing in one round is insane. Usually the fight is just between the top 4, top 5, but now top 8, top 9.
Mind-blowing. That's exactly what Southeast Asia has become in the world of Free Fire. Alan walking away with the MVP, 4 eliminations with the Tatsuya. Game number 5 definitely had a lot of pressure seen from the side of WAG, and from being on the second half of the leaderboard, they have now hopped into the 4th spot with that phenomenal play. And yeah, man, I am in utter shock. I am speechless to see the quality of these teams here.
Yeah, like at first I came into the grand finals with the expectation of like maybe it's gonna repeat, maybe we'll get the spectacle like the previous seasons, right? Like after the halfway point, most of the competitors will be locked out, but not this time. They really are showing the resilience and the fight within them. The past 2 rounds have been just pure surprises, right? Teams that were counted out started to step up. WAG, Hua Esports, even Heavy was at one point in the conversation. Of course, GOW was the only outlier in this case when it concerns the Vietnamese team that hasn't been able to really show up much. But you think about it, if they somehow win this final round, they could still go to Brazil.
Dude, I mean, there's so many what ifs, right? And WAG, from being somewhere near the bottom of the leaderboard, is now in fighting range for the championship. You saw them praying right now on the screen. And that was mainly because with that one solid booyah, they have put themselves in position to now fight for the title, to fight for $100,000. Life-changing amount of money, life-changing amount of attention that they can bring to their region if they actually get the job done. But obviously, if you're at the front, pressure is going to be on you. Falcons, I cannot imagine how they feel right now being on that number 1 spot. They might not be as motivated as some of these other teams here.
It could be another case of you've come so close, but can you be the first one to pass the ribbon, right? Can you be the first one to kind of step foot on the finishing line? Evo's Divine was the closest team to make history for Indonesia a couple months ago, and then they just couldn't cut it when it mattered the most. Of course, they also ran into certain problems. Teams started running at them. They had a very poor final start to the final round. They played the survival game, and they fell short at the very end. But it really does speak volume of how tight the competition can get. And it doesn't really matter how well you do if you're not the first one that crosses the line.
Dew is just shell-shocked. He cannot figure out what the competition seems to be doing to mess with his gameplay. The man has been doing whatever he can to carry the squad on his shoulders, but it's clearly not enough. AG Global currently sitting down on the 10th spot. They are not even qualified for Global Finals. Even though Falcons is up top, even though Falcons have forced open another slot, AG Global still has not qualified. How crazy is that?
But to not see Dew on that world stage for the first time in forever, I can't imagine how it feels being in that spot, especially, right? Like, you knowing that you only have one last round, and the fact that they still have key players from round number 5. Saifa also trying to shoulder the burden, 6 eliminations for him. But it's quickly fading away. Like, if they need to somehow step up, they barely pulled themselves from the brink with this round. And yet, like you said, it's still not enough. They need to do it again.
WAG pulling away a booyah on their best map ever. I mean, if we bring in a Nexterra, we are going to see Vietnam as your champion. If Nexterra is that random map, WAG is going to make history, and the kind of history we never ever talked about because it was so impossible, Husky.
Yeah, it's so... You feel like you can't even imagine it, right? Like imagining it, trying to dream about it, feels like... I can't even imagine the spectacle, the view of how it's like to have one of these teams lift the trophy, but now I'm starting to believe a little bit. One good round. Again, some stars have to align. For teams in third place onwards, you need Falcons and BRU to absolutely go down the gutter and open up the entire game. But if they stay in, then it's going to be between Falcons and BRU all over again. Either way, I think for WAG, like you said, chances are good. Yesterday, I called Kalahari as the wild card and we got it. So today, I'm going to leave it up to you, right? If you want Nexterra, you manifest Nexterra.
I swear as hell want Nexterra, baby. I mean, Vietnam shocking the world, pulling away the championship at the Southeast Asian level from being the region nobody cared about to being the region that wins it all. I'm all in it for that sort of a manifestation. Let's go, man. They are 14 points behind Falcons. They need a massive round. And in order to make this a possibility, like you said, Falcons and Buriram, they need to go down the gutter early. Question is, are we going to get the Falcon Hunter, Bigatron Delta out here once again to make a name for themselves instead of focusing on their own victories? If they focus on the loss of Falcons, maybe we're going to be blessed with a crazy shocker here. Map selector, bring that magic, baby. Are we going to see Nexterra for the sake of Vietnam?
Come on, come on. Oh man, we're going back to Kalahari again. Oh my goodness. So this is a literal repeat of not just yesterday Point Rush, but also a repeat of EWC. This was the map that Falcons won on with a booyah at the very end against Evo's Divine. Maybe certain histories are meant to repeat, but we did see Falcons fall in the earlier Kalahari map. The teams are stepping up, but can Falcons pull it together?
Holy mama. Oh, be careful what you wish for, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. We wished for a close competition. We wish to be on the very edge of our seats before the final match, and we are on the very edge, about to fall off. The dominators of Kalahari, once again, Buriram United Esports, Twisted Minds, Falcons, basically Thailand. But of course, the shocker could come from anyone, Husky.
Man, you look at this, right? Even the stats, just the collective points, BRU still at the top. But even then, I think they did get the booyah on Kalahari, of course. But it was a close fight at the very end. So, gotta see how teams like Twisted Minds or Falcons or even the Indonesian teams can stop them. Because the first Kalahari map we got, the Indonesian teams did not show up at all. They were obliterated very early on. Let's see, I mean, the adjustments, right? If they can make a difference, if the Falcons Hunters step up, if RQ Kazu plays that refinery well and not let BRU take over like they did, we're gonna have a very different dynamic going into the final circle.
You know, we could have brought up the Wasana curse a long time ago. We chose to bring up the Wasana curse this time because they are closest now to breaking this curse. Finally, the team chemistry is at its very best. Finally, the consistency is there from Buriram. Arguably, it's not there today, but either way, they are in that second spot, 2 points away from the team that holds on to the #1 spot. Team Falcons, as usual, flying high. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we gear up the final map, the final game of the day, it's gonna be Kalahari. Let's see if or not we have Buriram flying high, or Vietnam shocking the world, or a massive comeback from Indonesia that bombed out earlier.
This is the impetus for some of these teams. One final push. I can't wait to see the shakeup, right? Will teams go for the hard drop? Because some teams are going to get desperate. Some teams are going to try to take matters into their own hands, and I see that from Evo's Divine. They're going to hard drop onto GOW to start that train.
Bigatron Delta focusing on their own game here. Now taking that hot drop up against Falcons. The Falcon Hunters will have to bide their time. Evo's Divine potentially have made a huge mistake here, picking on the wrong wolf. God of Wolf shutting them down one after the other. G'day will be able to trade out Demons, but can he fight up against the numbers? At least secures one elimination. G'day sprayed down. Aim God runs away, but RRQ has got a player right outside. Is he going to get caught out? Abe does not see Aim God. And Deanne is actually going to think Abe is Aim God and go for him instead. And therefore, EVOS Divine will actually survive this.
Can he get G'day back up? Iza is still on top of the sub, so Abe can take out T. Then he's going to put GOW in a horrible spot. G'day is just going to bleed out. Abe did find T. So Iza now has to straight up back off, but his exit is occupied by two WAG members.
Wow.
This could be the end of the road for GOW. They might miss out the global stage again.
Yep.
Not in this, not like this. 32 health. It's going to be
That's
the difference maker.
Yeah, there's no way Iza gets away from this. He can't even hit a revive. Bye-bye, GOW. No global finals for you, unfortunately. WAG aiming to not just qualify, but to be champions. They cannot go down. They have to be victorious. And stopping RRQ, one of the threats overall in the grand scheme of things for the championship, must be done right here, right now. RRQ is in 6th, but with 61 points, a massive game can get them the championship. They're 21 points behind Falcons.
The fact that GOW got knocked out so early is bad news for the teams like Twisted Minds who wants to catch up, right? Because it thins the number for the teams who are already ahead. WAG does get the second point. See if the game slows down, because if it does, then again, opportunity is still there. But once more, when you come down to the wire in this final round, teams play safe. Maybe not Falcons. They are on the hunt. I do like this move, but they gotta make sure it works, and it is already failing because Peter lost his life, and that's not even heavy to shot at them. That was attack all around.
3 players on the side of Falcons. A revival should not be impossible here. Will that aggression lead to faltering very early in this round, or will it actually lead to a booyah a little bit later on after a phenomenal recovery? We'll have to wait and see. For the time being, it's between Heavy and Attack all around. Limit claiming that high ground with the Car 98. Heavy, on the other hand, staying inside their compound, not peeking out just yet. Yet confinement. One team is going to be confined away from the championship. Both these teams are neck and neck on the overall leaderboard in the 4th and 5th spot. Just 1 point stands between them.
Hopes will be shattered after this fight, because I don't see anyone getting out of this alive. One of them must go down. Vitan, able to dash out to the second floor just in time, but someone actually went down to the ground floor. They're playing hide and seek. Ring around the rosy, but Get Nice intercepted and caught. This is a disaster for Heavy. They find Purgatory though. Limit hops onto the roof, try to provide CQC support. Heavy is gonna escape from this. Leave the fight. It is already done.
A little bit with the VSS could not find his connections, but they're actually
they're
going
chasing
in for the pursuit. Attack all around wants to finish this right here, right now. Kabi and Hans, they break away from each other. The left-hand side will have 2 players moving in for the shutdown. And on towards the right, Limit and Gang has already found Hans, but Kabi hits that revival in the nick of time. Heavy still in play.
Very well done. All about survival right now. I think they're doing the best that they can, but Heavy definitely dropping the ball, losing some of their chances. It's also props to Attack all around, understanding that Heavy is in such a passive mode, they could just literally run into the building and start the siege.
Heavy needs those points in order to qualify. Currently, they are sitting in 11th and equal in terms of points with AG Global. They are 8 points behind EVOS, who are still alive, albeit not many points picked up by the Indonesian squad, so it's still very possible for Heavy a full recovery here. It's still very early in the game.
It's definitely not done just yet. So many permutations still on the table. I think even for EVOS Divine, right? They could still end up in a good standing by the end of this. Cash in some extra prize money. BTR right in front of them. But I think this engagement is not going to go well for it's not going to end well for either of them. So BTR, I think they are going to skirt around the edges and just take a detour. So EVOS Divine get to stay near Refinery for a while.
What can they do with this one though, as they wrap around the left hand side? Attack all around, just playing the lower angles, make sure nobody can find their head so early on. They know the danger here and pretty far away from this next defensive spot that they want to find for themselves. Falcons, on the other hand, some warning shots earlier, and instantly they go into incognito mode, trying to not be detected by these other teams. EVOS up against RRQ. And looks like RRQ is not going to fall prey to this high ground advantage here.
Yeah. Again, Refinery is a prize area for RRQ, but teams usually would take the side structures since it's impossible to cover the entire area. In fact, for EVOS, now that they've reached this place, they can definitely rest for a while as the fight breaks out on the other side of the map. Attack all around, getting 5 points, and courtesy of Team Falcons, who are again under a lot of pressure. Kiroro goes down.
Oh, is this the end for Falcons? Is their championship string over? One more tries to keep it alive. Launches himself away from the thick of the action. On Fire still holding back, trying to get to that launch pad, but he cannot lead the rest of attack all around to the rest of his team members. By this time, sacrificing himself. Tries to buy as much as time possible for himself. Does manage to get a flare of a shot on the jump. The Trogon finding the connection, but as he goes down, is brought right back.
Falcons put in an almost impossible spot, especially when we are 7 minutes in. How do they recover from this? The thing about Kalahari is that no matter how you revive, no matter how much space there is, it's always dangerous. You're in the open, right? And the blue zone doesn't help you much when it starts closing in. Look at this distribution of all these teams. EVOS Divine covering so much space.
EVOS Divine so confident in the knockout stage, and they have just not showed up at the grand finals. Barely showing up at Point Rush as well. So this is a little bit of a tough situation for them to be in. Attack all around 7 points already, which means they have definitely caught up with Twisted Minds, now reducing the 12-point gap to just nearly 4.
Falcons haven't found a single elimination yet. Same with BRU. This is a very tense moment for those two. It might just come down to placement points at the end, right? Like, who gets the booyah, who will win the championship? How crazy would that be? Speak of the devil, BRU shows up on BTR's radar. Let's see if it ends here for them. BTR, some initial shots, but not enough if it doesn't confirm anything.
We may just end up on the tiebreaker that you wanted, Husky. Yeah, this is that kind of lobby. This is that kind of a day. At the point, it's so close.
Same elims, same booyahs.
I mean, Buriram and Falcon, both of them have 1 booyah each. And let's say one of the lower teams actually walk away with the booyah here. They may be able to climb the leaderboard, but not disturb Falcons and Buriram on their top 2 spots, which could lead us to the tiebreaker. But that being said, 11 elimination difference between Buriram and Falcons. They need to catch up with that. And in order for Falcons to still maintain the pressure with the points, they need to find those placement points. Look at us. Look at us manifesting the craziness.
Yeah, the craziest thing is that the fact that Falcons are hitting elimination means that the second condition for the tiebreaker is not going to be achieved in any capacity, right? Because if BRU ties up elimination, they just win the whole thing. So that would be the saving grace, I think, for Falcons. We would just look at number of booyahs and then eliminations. But I mean, we're one step towards craziness. Maybe next year we'll get that. I don't think we've had to look at tiebreakers throughout MCP till now. Yeah, it's like a fail-safe mechanic, right? By Garena. So if we have to use the tiebreaker, it really means that something must have went really, really right for the teams.
WAG playing outside the circle, slowly rotating in. Currently, WAG has managed to earn for themselves $20,000. It's for them to lose this amount right now. But if they can move into the second spot, they earn a bonus of another $20,000. Potentially even walking away with $100,000. I mean, this is all for WAG to lose at this point.
So many things to process as the players, right? I don't think you are thinking about the money, at least not right now. It will probably sink in after the trophy lift. But just having that at the back of your mind, or at least for the organization watching this go down, it definitely is very, very nerve-wracking. In WAG, they're tanking a lot of that blue. It is the third circle, so it's not as generous, and healing reduction is going to kick in as well. All these medkits, they're so much more valuable, but that means that the more you use it in the blue zone, the lesser you have when the actual fight starts.
So many of these organizations are so nervous right now because one game could make the difference between $20,000 or $100,000. 80,000 USD on the line for some of them. It's not going to be easy.
I mean, half a year of your paycheck is on the line, right? It's oh.
For some of them, it's like a full year or maybe 2 years of paycheck, man. This is huge amounts of money. And Dew falling. This is not going to look good at all for the luck of AG Global. They need to bring back their star player, their star life grabber. Shin now turns his back and will be punished, but Cypher cannot sustain his life. Gets sprayed down to the ground. Stop. Yes, some of that HP left on him to make some sort of magic here. Someone needs to come through and pick Shin up. Cypher's right between Shin and the goal. So this is an overextension coming through here for AG Global, and they do manage to walk away with the pickup. Yanbin will focus on his own recovery. AG Global still stands a chance to survive.
Attack around might just end that, right? I think he's going for either a vending machine or a revival point. This is desperation. Hua Esports, they wanted to take out Cypher to open up a path, but now they attracted attack all around. Hua might just end up losing everything because of that.
There you go. But a revival this late in, Husky, it's so dangerous, like you said earlier.
It's about the placement at this point. It's better than getting knocked out, right? Maybe you could scavenge for something, play for placements. We've seen crazier survival stories. But
Yeah,
I
mean,
agree.
They are desperate, dude. They are not even qualified for global finals at this point. Hua Esports gets shut down. They were in the 8th spot earlier. So their spot is for the open taking now for anyone to step it up. He was Divine behind them. AG Global behind them. Heavy GOW. This is doable for all of these teams. I mean, of course, for GOW, can't really say that one. Cougar finding stop. It's not looking good for AG Global.
But for AG Global, definitely doable. A bit more doable now. It's an open slot. Falcons, can't say the same for them. On fire, they lost him. Oh, BRU, this is the worst case scenario. Get out of there. Move north side. Dodging a bullet for now, but they don't have much resources.
AG Global, one final survivor in the name of Cypher. He's just got to play those placement points and maybe sneak away a couple of extra points through the eliminations.
Wait.
To keep the team in the global finals.
If you get a refinery circle, this is going to be the absolute chaos for the final round.
Oh, yeah, man.
It might be a refinery circle, honestly. Look at that.
It might just go down to the
right on top
Husky.
of it. Holy cow. We might just find our champion because the game decided to end itself.
I mean, if it came down to medkits on the final round of the grand finals, yeah, I think the devs will be making some sort of adjustments in the next season. Cyrus backed up already. Diamond, one more shot for the finisher. But a solid glue wall for Cyrus. Stays alive. Nameless sneaks away a shot from the right-hand side. But the man jumps away.
What?
Grappling hook, but Saming finds the connection. He was already up top with the Bison. Unfortunate for Cyrus, but WAG still alive.
What a follow-up from Saming. And now BRU, they're going to show up to take out Heavy. They need eliminations. Kabi stood no chance. The explosion is too much. And BRU starting to rack up crucial points. Elimination itself, they have just tied out with Team Falcons. And a couple more will land them 5 points. For now, they surpass Falcons on the leaderboard.
AG Global and Heavy are out of the race for the global finals. How insane is that, Husky? AG Global's due is gonna miss Brazil. My goodness, I did not expect myself to say those words. So unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. So BRU on one side, Falcons on the other, right? How poetic is this? The two contenders for first place literally separated by a battlefield, a war zone. BRU smack in the center. And attack all around, just arriving at the scene, but gotta keep an eye on Falcons because they are in a very dangerous spot. They could lose it all in the next minute.
Switch on over to the free cam. Watching Buriram run away from trouble here. Twisted Minds are not going to be able to catch up with them because they'll have to give away their high ground advantage. Buriram down at the bottom, avoiding a majority of these players. And they're trying to get a good guess on this next circle. And look at that, man. They've gotten it spot on already. This might just go down to a push where these teams outside the circle get tagged up as they try to rush on in.
What a hard read by BRU, and it's working out. Falcons can't say the same for them, right? They got attack all around to deal with. They got BTR on top of the satellite dish. Attack all around to start moving towards Evil's Divine. BTR, they see all this happen. Attack all around. Might have more than just one team to deal with. BTR and RRQ are just going to rain hell on them. Evil's Divine chipping in. Falcons sneaking through for now. Attack all around. Only left with Cougar, but he jumps straight into the blue. Wiped out in 7th.
Attack all around faltering. They are not the champions. Unfortunate. So close yet so far. He was divine with the recovery play, currently sitting down in 9th. They don't want to give their spot away to any of those teams for sure.
Falcons.
Twisted Minds, Opportunity, and Falcons actually got away. The battle between Buriram and Falcons might break out.
Oh.
Yes, it has. Jonah takes Peter down. That could be the championship point right there.
They were forced to drop down into where BRU is. The hard read for BRU to not only survive, but also finding the most important pick for them. Falcons are not even remotely safe. You gotta hang on to a prayer right now if you're Falcons. Placement points is what you need. WAG is out, down to top 6. Twisted Minds doing the heavy lifting for Team Falcons. Saved by another team, potentially. But the odds all hang in the balance. Falcons are literally holding their breath right now.
WAG so close yet so far. But they've come far enough for us to be really, really proud of their journey. Buriram, look at the read of this circle. That's the quality of the 2-time world champs right there. And Wasana about to break the Wasana curse. Not a single championship earned by the squad since he joined. And you know this boy deserves it. Our top predator, season after season. Craziest death dealer. And now it's all going to come down to this crazy circle on top of everything else at Refinery.
The game is going to end it for us, AJ.
Oh my.
Literally what we wanted. 19 players and only one spot.
Zone has started. The zone has
Here we
started,
go.
Husky.
Time to drop all the way
zone
down.
has started, baby.
Oh no, Falcons! They just lost Keroro. RQ is out, Keroro goes down. And this is bad news. Falcons are left with just one. With one more getting eliminated. BRU, they might have just done it. Top 4 teams, what a read!
Look at this. Look
right
at
in
this.
the center! Uncontested from BRU!
They're leaving Moshi down at the bottom for the medkit play. Wasana misses the jump and he actually falls to his death. Get high,
no.
tagged up. Jonah still has got the grappling hook. Now they can play this recovery. They can pick up Wasana as well. Nameless actually
coming.
drops down towards the bottom to finish them off.
Nameless.
Twisted Minds for the final finisher.
They just got knocked down by the blue zone. Jonah takes out the horizon line before he goes down. Exposy, Diamond, Sami stands back up. Couldn't get to Moshi. Exposy wants to finish the job. Moshi and Diamond, they're healing up. This is so insanely close. Literally down to the wire. But Moshi expires. Twisted Mind finds the booyah. Just enough to keep them in the running. But we all know who has truly done it.
No, Twisted Minds was in third. Twisted Minds was in
They
third.
might have
Twisted
done it.
Minds could have
It
done
could be
it.
Twisted Minds. Wait. This could be... What?
The booyah alone is enough for Twisted Minds to catch up with Buriram.
Unbelievable.
We have to wait to see the total tally of eliminations because clearly the gunfights weren't what brought this match at the grand finals to an end. The final map, the final game, the final random map that brought us the chaos of Kalahari. For the first time in my life of casting, I do not know exactly who has won the championship through my calculation.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, right? You always had the numbers. You always knew who win before everyone else does, but we are as confused as you are.
And not a single repeat booyah from anyone, Husky.
That's the best case scenario, right? It was a dangerous wish from us, but then it was granted in the best possible way. Twisted Minds. This could be their second trophy under a different organization, but with the same roster. And to take down BRU twice. Once to qualify for EWC and once to win the trophy in Southeast Asia and qualify for Globals. How cool of a story is that to tell the future generations?
Whether it's Twisted Minds or not, we don't know. But it sure as hell not Falcons. Buriram made sure of that personally. And what a more poetic way to bring that particular rivalry to an end. The skirmish between the two titans of Thailand, all breaking down to a face-to-face before even reaching the final circle sequence of battles. And Twisted Minds, the only mistake that we saw Exposy make was jumping and not using his grappling hook in time, choosing to buy this time a little bit too late. The blue actually damaged him quite a little bit and took him down as he tried to get the eliminations. Twisted Minds could have walked away with it in a much more fancier fashion, but the medkits, literally the medkits, brought us the final booyah.
Craziest thing is that we didn't even have Twisted Minds in mind, right? Everyone was looking at Falcons and BRU. We said the stars have to align. They have to get knocked out first. But Twisted Minds, they might have a chance to prove all of that theory wrong. Despite being more than 10 points behind Falcons and BRU at the start of this round, the eliminations might just make the difference because we're definitely looking at same booyahs between those two teams.
Wowee. Is the curse finally broken? Is the Wasana curse finally out the window as we gear up for global finals here in the world of Free Fire? What better timing though? What better timing? Not being able to do it all this while and finally do it just before qualifying to global finals. It would be beautiful if Buriram can pull this off. But the points were so close, man. The points were so close. There's just no way we can tell exactly how this was. I mean, look at this. Twisted Minds here, 5 eliminations, but they were still picking up the numbers.
I guess only the host can tell us the results, right? Because this really came down to the wire. The elements decided the fates of all these teams.
Yeah.
If Wasana broken the curse before that, now it's all up in the air again.
Our 12 teams today play really good, to be honest. They played their best in the grand finals of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Kedua-belas tim telah melakukan yang terbaik. Semua memberikan yang mereka punya bermain di Grand Final FFWS SEA 2024 Fall.
We are absolutely proud of that. And me, Yunso, with my co-host Beverly, we are honored to be a part of this tournament.
Kita sangat bangga dan merasa terhormat dapat berpartisipasi di turnamen ini.
This is the moment we have been waiting for. Now, we invite you with us to look at the stage to witness who is the champion of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Inilah saatnya, momen yang ditunggu-tunggu sekarang. Kita akan melihat ke layar untuk mendapatkan jawaban siapa pemenangnya.
And the champion is...
This is it.
Do you guys want to know who the champion is? Please, let me hear your voice.
We will see. Who is the champion?
Buildup United Esports! Congratulations, Buildup United Esports! You are the champion of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall!
Selamat kepada Buriram United Esports yang berhasil mendapatkan juara di FFWS SEA 2024 Fall.
Look at them walking down. It's the king of Booyah. They were so strong, so dominated in the knockout stage. But now, here they are to prove the world they can be the champion. Congratulations. Now, hold on, wait. Hold on. I know you're excited.
Mereka sebagai tim yang cukup kuat.
This is it, our champion, Buildup United Esports! You deserve it, this victory!
Inilah juara FFWS SEA 2024 Fall, Buildup United Esports! Make some noise! They deserve to get it, the champion!
Congratulations again! You deserve this winning!
Mereka berhak untuk mendapat trofi ini dengan perjalanan yang cukup panjang dari babak knockout stage hingga Grand Final.
Esports! And now, please stand in line, everyone. Thank you. And now, let me invite Police Brigadier General Mr. Rudy Chengono as a chairman of FFWS East Java to award the prize $100,000 for the champion of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Kami akan mengundang Bapak Brigadir Jenderal Polri Rudi Trenggono selaku Ketua Umum PBESI Jawa Timur. Dipersilahkan untuk menyerahkan hadiah berjumlah $100.000 Amerika untuk pemenang dari Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall.
Let's take a picture together, everyone.
Silakan yang ingin mengabadikan momen untuk berfoto, dipersilakan untuk maju ke depan.
Thank you so much. We would like to invite you, kindly return to your seat, please.
Terima kasih banyak. Dipersilakan untuk kembali duduk. Terima kasih.
But it's not over yet. It's for the MVP player of our grand finals. Which do you guys? What name is it? Do you guys know who's the MVP?
Siapa MVP playernya? Siapa?
I can see and I can hear many names in here. But who is the MVP player of our grand finals? Who do you guys think deserve that placement? What is it? What is his name?
Siapa?
I know that you guys have been waiting for this placement as the MVP player, but I think this name won't make you guys feel surprised at all. This name is really familiar.
Kalian pasti udah gak sabar siapa MVP player hari ini?
Let me introduce you our MVP player. Please welcome Justin Mike Diamond!
Congratulations! Twisted Mind Diamond!
Justin Mike Diamond, you are the MVP of Free Fire World Series SEA FALL!
Twisted Diamond, dipersilakan untuk turun ke bawah.
Congratulations, Justin Mike. Yes, step in here. Yes.
Underland.
Yes. Ew.
Kami akan mengundang Bapak Chandra M. Fajar selaku Online Demon Generation Campaign Lead perwakilan dari Samsung Electronics Indonesia. Dipersilakan untuk naik untuk menyerahkan Giant Check dan satu buah smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
What a sweet victory for you, Diamond.
Dipersilakan untuk mengabadikan momen.
Thank you so much. Please return to your seat, please.
Terima kasih banyak.
Diamond, we would like you to return to your place. Thank you. Now, it's our interview time, right? It's interview time, everyone. Interview.
Still here. Still here.
Đâu? Hai phe à? Cho một thằng
here we are, our champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall, Bermuda United Esports. Just one question only, basic, very basic. How is your feeling right now after becoming the champion?
บ้างคะหลังจากได้เป็นแชมป์รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะหลังจากได้เป็นแชมป์
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับ แล้วก็ปลดล็อกด้วย พวกผมไม่ได้จับแชมป์มานานแล้วครับ
we feel very happy and it's like an unlock for us because we didn't have to get the trophy like for a while. Yes.
Kita benar-benar happy untuk mendapatkan trofi ini. Dan aku bisa bilang, ini layak untuk Buriram United Esports.
As a host, I follow your guys' journey since the spring season until now. Seeing you guys dominate the knockout stage, but still not having for yourself a trophy. Sometimes it makes me feel really sad to follow your story. But now, here, to witness you become the champion. Do you have any words you want to share to your fans, your viewers, to your family, or anyone that is close to you?
คือต้องบอกว่าตอนนี้คือมันเป็นหนทางการเดินทางที่มันยาวนานมากๆสำหรับบุรีรัมย์กว่าจะมาถึงจุดนี้ได้ไม่ว่าจะเป็นน็อกเอาท์สเตจแล้วน็อกเอาท์สเตจเราทำได้ดีตลอดแล้วมันก็พลาดหลายครั้งแต่ตอนนี้เราทำได้ตั้งแต่น็อกเอาท์สเตจจนมาถึงตอนนี้ก็ได้แชมป์แล้วอ่ะคืออยากถามว่าแบบมีอะไรที่อยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆที่รับชมอยู่ทั้งบ้านแล้วก็คอยเชียร์บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตมาตลอดหรือเปล่าจนวันนี้เรียกได้ว่าคัมแบ็กแล้วอ่ะ
ก็อย่างแรกก็ขอบคุณที่ติดตามมาตลอดครับ แล้วก็ให้กำลังใจกันมาครับรอบนี้ทำได้แล้วครับ
He wants to say thank you to all the fans that always support our team like always. He feel very happy and grateful for that.
I can see that D-Long is crying. He's shedding his tears. Can I know some of his thoughts, please? I want to know some of his thoughts. D-Long. Because I see that he is shedding his tears. So I want to know some of his thoughts to the words that is listening to him.
Which one? D-Long. เขาอยากถามเป้เป็นพิเศษครับคือตอนนี้เขาเห็นได้ว่าเป้อะแบบว่าแอบปาดน้ำตาเล็กๆเหมือนกับซึ้งจัดๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเลยอยากรู้ว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
รอมานานครับกว่าจะกลับมาเป็นแชมป์ได้อีกครั้งครับ
It's been like a long waiting for him but he already came back.
Dia tadi sempat bilang terima kasih banyak untuk semuanya atas semangat yang kalian berikan kepada mereka. Dan tentunya dia sudah menunggu-nunggu momen tersebut. Dan sekali lagi aku mau audiens semua yang ada di sini beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Surabaya, at this moment, again, please welcome our champion of this fall season of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, Buriram United Esports! You are deserved to be the champion. Congratulations again. Thank you so much for watching us from the beginning until now. We are very appreciated and very happy to become a part of this. And now, before we head back to our caster for the analysts and some of other things, fight for legacy! Thank you so much. And now let's head back to the caster, everyone.
As the dust settle after one long year, finally the trophy returns to BRU. The legacy reclaimed and rebuilt, and Wasana gets his very first win and breaks the curse with his teammates. What a wonderful ending to the fall season. Absolutely. And in the final round, nonetheless, not like we've seen Buriram do this for the first time. They've done it plenty of times in the final round to really tip the scales. But this one is has a whole different meaning to it, considering that it came down to just basically medkits, right? And who heals first. MVP leaders, we got Diamond with 9 MVP titles overall. Wasana having 8, Dew 7, Moshi 6, and Ma'al with 7 as well. So Diamond, with the most MVP titles racked up across the tournament, rightfully wins the MVP of the season. But again, Wasana, 1 year sharp after he joins BRU, he wins the trophy. And I tell you, the craziest thing, AJ, about competitive Free Fire is that sometimes the storylines write itself.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Wasana really kick it up into a different level altogether was at FFSI, right? The Southeast Internet Invitationals. But after that, when he got claimed by Buriram, they just went on a drought, man. They just could not cut it. But it is not just about the championship. It's not just about the $100,000 for the team that just scored 100 points. It is for the slot to the global finals for the world of Free Fire. Top 9 teams moves on forth. We actually had 8 slots, but Falcons already had 1 booked after their EWC championship victory. And therefore, the next best team gets it, and Hua Esports just scraped through.
Just scraped through, but we also got commiserations to AG Global, Heavy, and GOW. These 3 teams will be the only 3 that will experience that off-season slightly early, not making the cut, especially for GOW finishing last and once more missing out on a global event by just 1 round's worth of points. AG Global also is going to have a little big disappointment after this, but we gotta put the spotlight on these 9 teams going to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for the global finals. And I think we're in good hands, right?
Yeah.
All regions have representatives, but for the first time in a long time, Thailand does not have a full attendance.
Yeah, and Asia Global kind of bowing out. Unfortunate. Hua Esports back in it, and this is the veteran team as far as the world stage is concerned for Vietnam. And they have been on their run of recovery recently here at the Southeast Asian level. Fingers crossed they do continue to build up their momentum towards the global finals. We know either way, they're going to be putting up quite the strong fight to bring the championship back home.
Yeah, congratulations to Indonesia, right? The only region with technically a full house if we just count the grand finals attendance. So all 3 teams will be attending the globals. It's going to be a first for a lot of them. But those who have went to EWC, they remember that feeling very, very well. So at least, actually, it's the first for Bigatron Delta. So it's going to be a whole new experience out there.
And unfortunate for them, they did not secure a single booyah from the day. But what's important is they got to shine here at the Southeast Asian level, and they have another opportunity to shine when we go to our global finals for the world of Free Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing you guys the action from the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. My name is AJ Abdul Mustafa, down here with Husky, wishing all of y'all a fantastic night. Goodbye till the next one.